Mm. Hello, madam. Yes, madam. I'm good morning. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have already joined. Okay, 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 okay. Tick, tick. This my great
A very good morning to all of you. I welcome our esteemed guests, the faculty members, and my students to this national seminar on from margins to the mainstreams, a quest for equality, organized by English Literary Association, Department of English, Aryabhatta College, University of Delhi. This seminar today confronts, or I can say, faces a very pivotal issue, that is the issue of disparities that will persist in our society and the pathways to achieving this true equality. In our diverse nation, many voices remain unheard, and countless individuals continue to face systematic barriers. This seminar is a vital exchange of ideas, collaborations, platform for dialogues, especially focused and oriented towards the Dalit writings. So I perceive that the seminar would be helpful in bringing in equality, or rather, I could say the sensitivity towards the equality of one and all. Our discussions today will encompass a wide array of perspectives from policy and education to community engagement. Uh, each of you to engagement and advocacy. I encourage each of you to engage openly and critically in sharing your insights and challenging the current assumptions which may be true, which may not hold true. I thank you all for being here and I welcome the esteemed guests for sparing their time and will be sharing their insights and thought process with us. I again welcome the guests and congratulate English department for the same. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. To further continue, I would like to call Ms. Roshni. Thank you, Priyansh. Good morning, everyone. Esteemed guests, scholars, colleagues, and students. It is an honor to welcome you to this seminar titled From Margins to Mainstream, A Quest for Equality. Today, we gather to explore one of the most significant and transformative movements in Indian literature. Through its urgency and honesty, Dalit literature continues to reshape our understanding of literature, histories, and society. This literary movement challenges and redefines the Indian literary tradition by offering us an opportunity to engage critically with the narratives of those historically oppressed by the caste system. The socio-religious hierarchy that has shaped India's cultural and political landscape for millennia is examined through the lived experiences of Dalit communities. This body of work forces us to confront structural inequalities that have marginalized these voices for centuries. Although Dalit voices have existed for generations, it was in the mid 20th century that Dalit literature gained momentum as a formal movement, challenging hegemonic structures and the exclusivity of the mainstream literary discourse. Influenced by the socio-political thought of leaders like Ambedkar, the movement draws on autobiographies and testimonials, transforming literature into a space of resistance and reclamation. These texts document not only the personal and communal sufferings, but also articulate a vision of justice, equality, and human dignity. Operating at the intersection of literature, history, and politics, Dalit literature addresses themes such as caste-based oppression, exclusion, poverty, and violence, while also exploring identity, agency, and self-representation. It highlights the intersections of caste, class, and power, and through its articulation of Bahujan identity, it presents a broader resistance to the caste system. In doing so, it challenges not only the literary canon, but also the fundamental frameworks of knowledge production in post-colonial India. In contemporary India, Dalit literature remains immensely relevant as it intersects with debates on social justice, caste system, and identity politics. Despite constitutional safeguards, Dalits remain among the most oppressed groups, making this literature essential for both historical reflection and present-day activism. Recent works engage with issues like gender, urban caste dynamics, and globalized Dalit identities, further enriching the genre. This seminar provides a platform for rigorous examination of Dalit literature, exploring its historical trajectory and theoretical foundation. Through today's discussion, we aim to understand how this literature not only resists dominant norms but also articulates a new literary aesthetic grounded in lived experience, political resistance, and social transformation. We are fortunate to have distinguished speakers with us today whose contributions to Dalit literary scholarship will deepen our understanding of marginality, representation, and resistance. We hope their insights will inspire new reflection and inquiries. This seminar is more than an academic exercise. It is a call to engage with urgent issues of caste, power, and identity that remain central to historical and contemporary discourse. Let us use this opportunity to reflect on how Dalit literature challenges literary norms and the very fabric of Indian society. So once again, I welcome everyone. Let's start. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to invite our chairperson for the session, Professor Aryabhatta from the Department of English, Janki Devi Memorial College, University of Delhi. Her areas of interest are literary theory, modern dramas, and Indian English poetry. A theatre person and a literary critic, she has authored and edited many books. Notable among her publications is a book on Jean Genet titled Shifting Paradigms in Culture and a volume on drama studies co-authored with Anand Prakash titled Text and Performance, a Theoretical View. With Professor Shamala A. Narayan, she compiles the India section of the Journal of Commonwealth Literature. She has contributed in entries to the Routledge Encyclopedia of Indian Writing in English. I would request Dr. Geeta Buddhi Raja to felicitate our esteemed chairperson, Professor Payan Nagpal. Very well. Now, I would request Dr. R.K. Dwivedi to felicitate Professor Raj Kumar. Thank you, sir. And please, someone say a few words about Professor Raj. Oh, yes. Want me to begin? Yes. Yes. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank Professor Mangalam, the organizers of this conference, Dr. Monica, the IPC convener, for organizing this conference. I think if we have the term quality assurance and if there is something that really needs to be done, this is what needs to be done. It's conferences that are really pertinent based on important topics, and there is probably nothing more important at this point of time than a conference on Dalit writings. So I welcome you all to this session on India Dalit literature as part of the conference From Margins to Mainstream, a quest for equality. I think today what this session is going to do, and what I'm really looking forward to, is putting Kalahandi, I think, in the mainstream. And I think we are really, when we talk about Kalahandi, we are talking about the most marginalized of places. So to move from margins to center, I think this session is something that is really going to accomplish it. There is a slight change, and the first speaker for the day is going to be Dr. Sanjay Kumar Bag. Dr. Bag, am I audible?
Yeah, madam. Yeah. Right.
So we are already familiar with Dr. Bag, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Bag, through his short story Blacking, which is taught to the students of the third year as part of their course in semester 5 titled Dalit Writings. But it is my privilege to introduce Dr. Bag to the audience. Writer, critic, and teacher, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Bag studied Odia literature in Utkal University and further worked on folklore studies and secured a PhD from the University of Delhi. Dr. Bag has been working consistently on folklore, cultural studies, India, and the literary studies. He has published extensively on folklore traditions and their relevance in contemporary times. His books include Paschima Odishara Paramparaika Krida, published in 2009, Loktara, published in 2012. The book is an introduction to folklore concepts and theories. Odisha Lokakrida, published in 2017, and Odisha Adivasi Sanskriti Eka Pramukha Avadharana, published in 2020. The most recent publication presents the concepts of Odisha's tribal culture. And I think Dr. Bag has also worked on folklore and games, especially in the context of Western Odisha, games from Kalahandi. A creative writer, he has also published two anthologies of short stories in Korea. One is titled Varnamudha O Madhuka Banka Katha, published in 2009, and Vinam Devi, published in 2017. His stories are chronicles of resilience and have been widely translated and published in Hindi, English, and Assamese. In Varnamudha O Madhuka Banka Katha, Bag critiques caste oppression to the character of the Dalit.
Sanjay?
Yes. Hello. Yeah.
Start, Sanjay. All the best.
Yeah. Actually, there is an interruption for few minutes. Okay. Uh, Thank you, madam. Thank you all. It is my great pleasure that you have invited me. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But it is my great pleasure that you have invited me to this forum to share my experience as a writer of the story blocking. Writing a story differs from speaking about one's writing, and I am also not a literary critic. Yes, I write such stories in Odia. I started writing stories when I was at my graduation. At that time, I wrote 5, 7 stories about personal social relationship uh, and issues like Sasbo type. Uh, I have also written several stories and poems for the children before them. However, I all were for writing practice only. So I never think of publishing them in an anthology. Even I have no copies of those pieces. Even once I thought writing stories was not my cup of tea. In 2001, when I was in my post graduation, an incident happened to me. I am not going into details here, but I could not sleep for a few days. I recalled and I found myself in a different place. After that, I wrote Barnabodha O Madhubabuଙ୍କ Katha, or the tale of Madhubabu and Barnabodha, Lakshmi Puran, and Kalasai or the Black King. All three stories were written in a month or less. I write those that make me uncomfortable. I wrote because I had something to say unheard and ignored by others. Of course, at that time, I was not aware of the concept of Dalit literature. Uh, there are many ways to say what you are going to do or what you are wanted to say. It depends on your position, personality, situation, and skills. Moreover, writing is the only way to narrate my discomfort, I believe. People sometimes ask me amazing questions about why you choose the story, not poetry. The answer is simple. You cannot narrate everything with poetry. As you all know, modern poetry, whether Odia or any other language, is far from ordinary people's understanding. Reading poetry, uh, I think, requires extra effort, intellectuality, and literariness. Even I could not understand many contemporary poems because they are tricky and abstract. You must know about Sanskrit poetics. Bhamo and others have discussed 10 faults in literary expression. The 10 faults are Kavya Dosa. Interestingly, most of modern Odia poems have several faults. They are also the same from the point of view of contemporary narrative theory. However, that is indifferent. I'm writing for my community and my neighbors, not for literary artists. You can observe the same as a actual art is not for art's sake. Uh, I always wanted to communicate something immediately to my community. So I preferred stories. I have also written some poems. However, certain contemporary literary artists and critics of Odia don't consider them as their language and imagery are simple. Some critics also have the same views on my stories. They often said these are not short stories in the true sense. Critics' comments are different. I believe that style is worthless if it lacks critical content. It is like fast food or just a 15 minutes fame. Literary art is frequently regarded as divine. It's not in Odia. almost everywhere. Some contemporary Odia writers even claim they performed divine and eternal acts. Often they claim they are nothing. They possess only a pen, and the divine power compels them to write spontaneously. I am very skeptical of this type of assertion. I had no prior experience with such metaphysical phenomenon. I believe that writing is merely a written expression of our orality. So I try to understand literature as a written form of oral expression of one's ideation of what he want to say to his or her absentee end users, those known as readers. Imagine when there were no means of writing, or even today in oral traditions, people express themselves by singing song and telling stories. In that context, no performer or the storyteller or singer would perform for you, or the transaction would be different if you did not like that. However, in the case of literature, writer express themselves in a remote location. It does not matter for many authors how important their expression is or not, or for whom. He does not care whether his end users like his pieces or not. Of course, nothing will appeal to everyone, but some may reject it. So, criticism are distinct concept for a creative writer. Yeah, huh. You all know that Harriet, an American author, wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin in 1852 against anti-slavery. Uh, the novel had a profound effect on attitudes towards African American and slavery system in the US, and is said to have helped to put a foundation for American Civil War. In the middle of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln met the author and famously said, "So you are the little woman who wrote the book that made this great war." Uncle Tom's Cabin was the best-selling novel best-selling novel of the 19th century, and both American and European researchers agrees it was instrumental in challenging people's long-held belief and slavery.
Sanjay,
Stories are, sir,
Sanjay,
yeah,
please,
hello,
bring closer to your mic,
okay,
not.
yeah.
Uh, thank you.
Huh. Yeah, in the middle of the American Civil War, Abraham Lincoln met the author and famously said, "So you are the little woman who wrote the book that made this great war." Uncle Tom's Cabin was the best-selling novel in 19th century, and both American and European researchers agrees it was instrumental in challenging people's long-held beliefs about slavery. Stories are more potent in them. That is why the Nigerian poet and novelist Bai Nokri writes, change the story to change the individual and nation. Uh, we also have many examples in India. Even today, we repeatedly tell the 5,000-year-old story of Ramayana to control
Sanjay,
our political deliverance.
Sanjay, how to get adjust करो?
Yeah.
Sanjay, mic को
Now
तुम्हारा
it is clear. Now it is clear.
हाँ हाँ
Hello.
हाँ
Yeah. Actually, I think here internet is interrupting in between. Okay. We also have many examples in India. Even today, we repeatedly tell the 5,000-year-old story of Ramayana to control our political deliverance. You all have been informed of the folk narrative of Chuharmal story of Bihar. Lalu Prasad in 1990 retold the same story. He started the Chuharmal fair and sought his blessings. He portrayed Chuharmal as a symbol of social justice. He pleads his people of his community, a Dalit backward class, to recall Baba Chuharmal and defeat the upper castes who believe that a king should always be a king's son and came to power. He could also recall Vishnu Sharma and stories of Panchatantra. You all agree that all the new path founders like Jesus, Buddha, Mahavir, and others are great storytellers. So also are the Bhagavan Rajneesh. Though Rajneesh has many controversies, one cannot deny his capacity as an influencer by telling stories. We must tell our stories. It is often said that people forget facts but remember stories. Thus, I'm telling stories because no one will speak about me or talk about my stories. And no one tells other stories. If even they tell them differently, they may distort your characters. They will make you Rakshas, ghost, and other inferior animals. They do a caricature of you as they wish to do. So I believe everyone should write their stories to express their discomfort and express themselves honestly and without hesitation. Don't think that telling stories is difficult. No, it is not difficult. It is pretty simple. Simple. Just be honest with your story, with your life, with your immediate world, and with your language where you are comfortable. We all know that some decades ago, Spivak and other scholars raised the question, can subalterns speak? Many of them have views that the subaltern cannot speak. However, look into the Indian oral tradition, you will find several subaltern voices. Yes, we the privileged are not in a situation to hear them. I'm sharing with you a short Odia narrative, oral narrative, the story of Sunbird. Once a sunbird dug a pit to lay her eggs. After a few days, rainwater came down in that pit. When a cow stepped on it, the pit expanded. Later, a pig put his face in that pit and made it bigger. The pit extended more than a buffalo saw the water there and rolled down there. It looked like a small pond. Finally, the farmer who owned that land made the place into a big pond. Then one day, he called a priest to perform the warming ritual independently. Then the sunbird, pig, cow, and buffalo came and asked, which pond is this? The farmer said, I have dug it, so it is mine. All these animals asked him, so where is our share? See, the Odia folktale, the sunbird, calls power or authority into question. Unfortunately, the domain of oral tradition, where the subaltern speaks, narrates, critiques, and questions the system, power, history, religion, and many human aspects, along with socio-political position, is frequently unheard. Therefore, the subaltern critics believe that there must be an interaction between the class and subaltern subject to enable subaltern representation by the privileged class. So I believe writing is about expressing ourselves, asking questions about our discomfort, and telling the truth about ourselves. You must be aware of the classical Greek concept parasia, if my pronunciation is correct, which could be understood as speaking truth to power. In 1955, I think the American Friends Service Committee advocated the same. They appealed to fellow citizens to speak truth to power. They appealed to use the tactic on the involvement of dissidents against the received wisdom or propaganda of governments they regarded as oppressive, authoritarian, and idiotic. In later years, Edward Said also advocated the same. However, Noam Chomsky came and claimed power knows the truth already and is busy concealing it. So he argues that those who are oppressed need to hear the truth, not the oppressor. We must must speak truth to the powerless. And Albert Camus also says, fiction is the law through which we tell the truth. So my stories are the truth to the powerless. I wrote the story Black Ink in 2001. The story's title refers to the indelible ink used in the vote casting to mark who has already cast their vote. You all know that the story is set against the backdrop of Indian electoral event, particularly in your stories. Black Ink is one of the stories from my anthology Barna Bodha O Madhubabunga Gatha. This title story is based on Dalit primary education. This story has two uh, background or tertiary characters, Madhusudan Das and Madhusudan Rao. Madhusudan Das had a significant role in the formation of Odisha, and Rao had a substantial role in educating Odia. He developed the first primer in Odia. Even I learned Odia from his book in my childhood. I am not going into details about the story. You all have gone through it. Another notable narrative in that anthology is Lakshmi Puran. The story juxtaposes the famous work of ancient Odia poet Balram Das Lakshmi Puran, where uh, Lakshmi visits all the houses, including those of Dalits. However, in my story, it is just the opposite. I have tried to show how many people of different caste and communities are facing economic exploitation by some group of people, and of course the issues of untouchability as well. I put together Lakshmi Puran in my story because no radical changes have been seen among the oppressed in Odisha. The story Sosa or the Thirst is about suffering and multinational business. The background character is Bollywood actor Amir Khan and others. The story narrates how consumerism creates an uncontrollable trends of purchasing things within us and the role of television advertisements. In the story Hero, uh, Ambedkar, Gandhi, and other freedom fighters are the background characters. The story is based on the renowned journalist P. Sainath's article, A Hero by Name and Deed, that published in the Hindu in January 2001. The story, the protagonist, Hero Bag, fights for untouchability in a local school and finally becomes place. I choose these notable individual and personalities as background characters because they are the main catalyst for the unfolding the events. Their influence extend beyond their immediate surroundings, creating interconnected narratives. Their presence enriches the narrative, adding layers of significance. But I have not employed such background characters in my stories, Barsa Katha, the Rain stories, and the story of Slagna Tripathi and others. I always try to be careful with my words and ensure they fit the character. I try to write in spoken form and use colloquial language when the characters called for it. I tried using specific images in my stories instead of discussing or narrating the things generally. I also paid attention to the style and point of view based on what character wanted. For example, how would a Dalit character be romantic with rain if he faced many problems during the rainy season, which offense which offense happens in the stories or other literary writings. How can someone value freedom if they do not see any changes in their life, even though a lot has happened? My stories are my stories are my confrontation with my discomfort and in an amazing way. However, a creative writer's unique story structure, uh, wordplay, vocalization, and narrativity are essential to mark them stand out. And I think these are the only things that cannot be explained. See, one thing, was I aware of everything I said now about my writing style when I wrote the stories? To be honest, no. So I write stories. I always try to write to them and tell them seriously. I do not know how I succeeded in doing that. However, before telling a story, I always think about whom I should say to it, what to tell and how to tell it, why someone will listen to me and what he will get from me. I wrote stories between 2001 to 2008 for various reasons. I have not written a single story for the last one and half decades or more. Anyway, last summer I wrote two stories, one on television and the second one on Gona Baja. Gona Baja, the traditional music of the Dam community of West Odisha. The story of television is based on consumerism and cultural shifts among the elites. Similarly, the story of Gona Baja depicts how the tremendous musical tradition is gradually becoming extinct and from people prefer as they prefer modern bands. And a connoisseur performer like my protagonist feels helpless. He fails to save the grand cultural tradition at the end. However, when I restarted writing stories, I struggled to develop a proper narrative and felt blank on scene or event sequencing because my stories are not character based, they are primarily based on context. Generally, I developed a narrative if a content or context strikes me, taking characters and visuals from that context and presenting them in my own way. Yes, I always try to keep the reader's readability in my mind. As a storyteller, I believe it should make people first enjoy the piece, then they think about it. And I don't know how you enjoyed it or what made you think about what I said here for last few minutes. I think 15 or 10, 15 minutes. Thank you for listening me, though what I have said is brief and nothing new. You are all enthusiastic scholars of literature. You know a lot more than me. Again, I would like to thank the organizer of this event and all the faculty members, students, and scholars for participants. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Bag. There was a bit of an audio issue, but I will try to sum up some of the important points made by Dr. Sanjaya Kumar Bag. I think one of the important takeaways from what uh, Dr. Bag said relates to the positioning of that subject as a subaltern and the negotiations vis-a-vis the context of class. I think he also spoke about, how he wrote some of these stories in a short span. And the reason he could do that was because of the element of honesty, something I think that he has emphasized throughout his talk, more I can understand that, honesty and simplicity, the life narratives are very important in the context of uh, I think women's writing, Dalit writing, I think these are important areas. The life narratives play a very important role. So I think here two aspects that Dr. Sanjay Kumar Bag emphasized were based on the idea of honesty and simplicity and writing, translating in a sense your life's experiences into the form of giving it that literary expression. And he spoke about in this context the interaction between the class and the subaltern subject. So to take on a few more points from his talk, asking about questions about yourself. I thought this was important. Asking questions about yourself, telling the truth, and an important slogan, something that we talk about a number of times, but to actually understand it in terms of, I think, lived experiences, speak truth to power. And that is something he constantly emphasized. The second part of his talk was primarily about his creative work, his short stories, and how he focused on Dalit primary education. And again, the political background, he focused on the relevance of context and seriousness to writing, the importance of language. He brings in the language of the Rome community, and also I probably didn't get it correctly. Maybe it was an adaptation or within the story how the traditional music is also kind of brought in. So thank you once again, Dr. Sanjay Bag. We have
Thank you, madam.
time for questions before we move on to talk by Professor Raj Kumar, but because Dr. Bag has to leave, so I will request the audience if there are any questions, and if you would like to ask. So I would certainly like to pose a question to Dr. Bag, which is about the form of the short story. And what is it about the short story? You said that you wrote the ones that are proposed, lacking, for instance, in a short span. But what is it about the form of the short story? You also actually in your talk spoke about the issue with Odia projects. And if you could speak a little bit about aesthetics and ballad writing and the issue with the aesthetics a little bit. Over to you, Dr. Bhatt.
No, madam. Actually, I could not. It is not clearly audible to me. Uh, Audible to me. Hello.
Not clear.
Um, So you mentioned in the talk, the first part about Korea critics. So
Yeah.
if you could speak a little bit about that, and I would like to. My question is primarily about aesthetics and how that changes in the context of Dalit writing. I of course have Jayant Parmar in mind.
Uh, you were asking about the
Sanjay,
yes, yes. Hello,
Sanjay,
hello. Yeah,
Sanjay, can you hear us?
hello,
Yeah.
hello.
Sanjay,
Yes, yes. Hello.
yeah, can you talk about your understanding of Dalit aesthetic?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Mm. Actually, when what Dalit aesthetic is concerned, okay, that Dalit is aesthetic is uh, uh, totally different from the mainstream aesthetic. Okay, for example, a Dalit cannot enjoy the rainy season if he has no a roof to live. Okay, Dalit cannot cannot enjoy early mornings or um, the sunrise, and when he goes used to go for his bread and butter before the sun rises. So the strategy is quite different, but it is important that how we are presenting them to our readers in our stories or in our poems. And aesthetic is very contextual. It depends. It vary from community to community and person to person. But where literature is concerned, or so we have to present our uh, aesthetic at our community. See that particular things or see that what I say that is the sorry hello, hello,
Yeah, we can hear you.
hello,
We can hear you, Sanjay.
hello.
Hello, we can send. Sound disconnected. Oh.
Uh, but one we can hear you. So
Still
yeah.
uh, hello sir, I think not sound is not coming. Hello, hello.
We can hear you, Sanjay. Maybe some internet
Maybe
Actually, I hello. I am not hearing anyone. Hello.
not able to hear.
okay. I think there's we could disconnect
What
Dr.
what
Abed.
happened?
But
Sanjay, Sanjay,
Hello,
Sanjay, can you?
hello.
Hello, Sanjay.
No, no, hello,
Can we?
hello.
Can we hear you, but you can.
No, no, no. I'm
We
not
hear you.
hearing.
Go ahead if you want to speak.
Hello. Sound is what happened here?
There's some problem.
yes, I think there's a bit of a network issue. So but I
Yeah,
think the important point that Dr. Bag has made. One, I would deduct from what he said is aesthetics itself is a kind of privilege because he says that it's not easy for somebody from the Dalit community to think about aesthetics in that sense, but to get up in the morning, sunrise means different things to different people. To go to work in the fields, labor, that is the important part. And how then
hello.
aesthetics can be entirely contextual. So I think this kind of further expands the meaning of the term aesthetics itself. Thank you, Dr. Bag. We now move on to we have with us today, and it is indeed a privilege for me to formally introduce Professor Raj Kumar. We, of course, all of us sitting in this room know Professor Raj Kumar. Uh, Writer, translator, academic, and teacher. Dr. Raj Kumar is professor in the Department of English, University of Delhi. Having done his bachelor's and master's from Sambalpur University. Professor Raj Kumar is a central and PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University. He was also a research fellow in the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla in 1999. His works include, among others, two books that have made a seminal contribution in the field of Dalit studies. These are Dalit Personal Narratives, Reading, Caste, Nation and Identity, published in 2010. Dalit Literature and Criticism, published in 2019. Both were published by Orient Black Swan. His contribution to the field of Odia writing has been immense, and to his credit is the English translation of Akila Naik's the first Odia Dalit novels, and I have it with me here. So this is Vera. Vera was published by Oxford University Press in 2017. In the translator's note to this text, Professor Raj Kumar calls this novel as one of the most engaging novels he had ever read. And I was particularly struck in that note by the use of the term new social realism in the context of data. I think it also kind of gives us an important way of looking into Dalit writing. Professor Raj Kumar, in all his essays, and I have been following his work since the time that Dalit Personal Narratives came out, and have used his work extensively. So he's always tried to historicize the Dalit movement, not only in the context of Odisha and Odia literature, but also in terms of the fan Dalit movement in the context of India. And this is well borne out in his work. He introduces us in the context of Odia literature. He introduces us to figures such as Subramani Sarala Das in the medieval period, or to the figure of Bhima Bhoi in the 19th century. So I think that sense of history is not something that we can get anywhere else. We have to head towards his work. He has also translated, I think, in the wonderfully edited volume by Professor Mangalam. The stories have been translated by Pratibha's stories have been translated by Professor Raj Kumar. And I cannot resist quoting from one of his books, because I think that really sets the tone for this conference on moving from the margins to the mainstream. So this is a quote from Dalit writing criticism. He says Dalit literature is essentially dialogic, signifying a process of debate and discussion among Dalit writers, activists, and academics themselves. It is therefore interesting to elucidate how the dialogic nature of Dalit writings in general and Dalit writings from Orissa in particular results in what he calls intra-group and intergroup intellectual communication. So with these words, I now invite Professor Raj Kumar to please share his insights on Odia literature.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kyle. Good morning to everyone. I'm sure still good morning, right? Yeah, so first of all, I thank Dr. Mangalam for this invitation, and there are too many colleagues from that colleges apart from that my dear students friend. So welcome to this very significant deliberation. The title is that is from margins to mainstream, a quest for equality. Right. So, that we heard Sanjaya Bag speaking about how Odia Dalit writers, particularly a writer like Sanjaya Bag, they not only question the whole idea of, that can the subaltern speak, he also, they talk about the subaltern not only can speak, they can also write and critique. And this is where, that this second, a quest for equality, of course, is on. This will continue maybe, I don't know how long, but the quest is on. The quest is on also because, that India basically is a caste society, and we don't see annihilation of caste, which was indices by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar way back in 1936 in his seminal book, Annihilation of Caste, 1936. So actually, this seminar is very, very important. So what I've done today, I'm just going to do maybe two or three aspects of Dalit literature. First, I'll talk about maybe the 4 5 minutes about the general understanding of Dalit literature, maybe just to set the tone open so that I will contextualize then Odia Dalit literature, and then finally I'll come to Sanjaya Bag's short story, Black Ink, perhaps just to help students, not so much teacher's friend. And then that what we'll do is that you can ask me any number of questions because this is part of the syllabus. Hundreds of questions, and that Professor Payal has already that emphasized the dialogical. So mine is interactive, not a finished that speech. I'm not going to that speak great thing, simple thing, right? In a way that it will be comprehensible to all of you. Now, as we all know, that to begin with, that the idea of Dalit writings, what I say is the most significant event in the history of India. This is to be understood in a way that earlier Dalit were never allowed to speak. Forget about, that writing, even speaking. No, I hope you know about that there were, if I can go back to the caste law, Smriti. No, you must know that there are more than 330, actually, that Smriti. More than 330, if you can count. Maybe you know about, say, Dharma Shastra I'm talking about. So look at the title, Dharma Shastra, and Dharma Shastras are rule books, law books, Hindu laws, mostly written in Sanskrit. And if you read, say, you might know Manu Shastra, Artha Shastra, Kama Shastra, but not more than maybe three. But if you just look at other Dharma Shastras, combinedly, all Dharma Shastra prohibit the idea of freedom, equality, and justice for lower castes, Dalits, and also women of all communities. So thereby, that what we want to talk about is, because the quest for equality is on, as I said, uh, as long as, that we try to figure out where are wrongs, because Dalit writings, as many writers have theorized, are to set the wrongs right. Please, that try to understand. But then, as I said, they were not, meaning Dalits were not allowed to be a speaking subject. Now they have become speaking subject. Look at, that they were earlier called objects. Objects to be hated. No, what Gopal Guru, the political scientist, talked about, that walking carrion. I always emphasize this word. Dalits were not subjects. They were called walking carrion because they stink. Yeah, everywhere they go, they stink. If you find a Dalit, either in the street or in the seminar room, they stink. And that's where walking carrion. Now, that, so from Smriti to, that, say, the postmodern India, and in between it travel a long time, Dalit subjectivity was hardly being talked about in the public sphere, unlike today. So there is a transition. But the transition you have to also understand historically, because not that people did not talk about caste. No, I always refer to Buddha was the first person to oppose caste system. And that's where samatha, the word samatha, equality, is Buddha's word. Yeah, you have to go back to Buddha. And in fact, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar emphasizes that liberty, equality, and fraternity, which which were derived from French Revolution of 1789, go back to Buddha. Yeah, please read his last book, maybe Buddha and his Dharma. Dharma is a, no, these are some of the mischievous words, so please try to. I'm very systematic in using word. Buddha and his Dharma. Please don't write Dharma. Yeah. So, that what we understand is that the idea of Dalit subjectivity came only when that people started articulating their subjectivity in the public. And it was, of course, that there is no fixed date. Dalit articulations were there, maybe, that ever since what Sanjaya Bag, they talked about the folk, maybe people started speaking. But then folk is, that never documented, as you know. So the early documentation, as we all understand and of course know about Dalit writings I'm talking about, comes from here and there. Maybe that as early as maybe Bhakti Singh poet, if you have heard about say Choka Mela from Maharashtra, Kabir, or that Namdev and many others, of course. What you find here, beginning from 7th century AD to 17th century AD, 1,000 years of Bhakti, that movement, most of the Bhakti saint poets happen to be from low caste. Kabir was from a Julia community, weaver, yeah, and then the Chopamela from Mahar community. So what I want to talk about is that, of course, that this is not a proper meaning modern Dalit consciousness, because when we talk about Dalit writing, also we have to talk about Dalit consciousness. Where does it come from? How does it derive? That it source from, etc., etc. So that most of us, when we talk about Dalit writing, we always, they talk about Dalit Panthers movement, 1972, post-Ambedkarite, that. And Ambedkar as a big source of, that, say, influence so far as Marathi Dalit writings are concerned. Now, what I want to also talk about is before coming of Ambedkar, meaning I should touch upon. So at the end of maybe, that 17th century, we had also Ravidas, who was a shoemaker. Yeah. And his idea of Begampura will talk later maybe, but I'm talking about there were also, that articulation, but those articulation of say Choka Mela or Kabir was most radical, of course, Ravidas was radical, but then when we talk about Dalit consciousness, it was not so like the way, that now writers like Sanjaya Bag and others are writing. Yeah, because we are now going to talk about equality, liberty, freedom, justice, social, economic, and political. So we always, that try to trace where does the, that origin of modern Dalit writing, because so we have to differentiate between, that before coming of Dalit Panthers and after. So this is all India level. So by 1972, what you find, there is a systematic attempt by Dalit writers, activists to use this proof called Dalit. Dalit is not just a mere word. Dalit is a political term, and it replaces, particularly for students, it replaces all other terms given by social reformer, political leaders, bureaucrats, politicians. Say, earlier we had called Shudra. No, I'm just giving you certain words, playing with certain words, maybe, that. So, Shudra, Ati Shudra, Panchama, Antyaj, Chanda, depressed class, Harijan, scheduled caste. These are some of the words being replaced now by the term Dalit, because Dalit is a word given by Dalit themselves. There are pride, self-respect, and dignity in this word. because Dalit is a word given by Dalit themselves, not by a patron. Hope you understand now. So from 1972 onward, we have a systematic attempt by Dalit writers, beginning with maybe the Maharashtra. And why Maharashtra? That is the question. Because Maharashtra had the first, at least that sign of what I call anti-caste intellectual tradition with Phule, Jyotiba Phule. Please don't write Jyoti. I always emphasize Jyotiba. No, Jyoti is a Sanskrit and Brahminic term, which was rejected by Jyotiba himself, right? So what Sanjaya Bag was telling, that if you have heard him properly, now we have to write story to not only talk about ourselves, also our story and speaking truth. In fact, Dalit writing is considered to be speaking truth to power. If you can just understand this statement, speaking truth to power, yeah, and that's where the idea of that quest for equality. Now, that if I go back to Phule began with the idea of bringing caste discussion into the public because by mid 19th century there was already a public sphere. Yeah, Habermas, most of you have heard about the red Habermas idea of public sphere because that now that with the coming of printing press, newspaper, also, that there were several other, that medium through which public discussions and debate became, that very regular, particularly with Maharashtra, to begin with Maharashtra and of course Bengal, wherever British went, we found, that the idea of public sphere. So Pule talks about the idea of Sethji and Bhartji, how the upper caste, the two, particularly Brahmins and moneylenders, they have been trying to subjugate all others. And that's why he talks about, that if he uses the word Bahujan, if Bahujan meaning, that SC, ST, OBC and minority in modern context, if they can come to power, they can always, they try to get not only equality, also freedom. And that's why he talks about, that education should be the, that most important, that say life meaning, the required thing, no? Education would definitely empower the masses. So education was not available for because according to Hindu law, education was denied to uh, Shudra, Ati Shudra, and women of all communities for very long, systematic. Now, that play, of course, I'll, that I try to emphasize about two of these things. One is he started what is called 1871 to begin with, Satya Sodak Samaj. Look at the word, Satya Sodak Samaj, truth-seeking society. And what is truth about Indian society? In 1873, he wrote a book called Gulam Giri, and he said that caste is nothing but slavery. No, the idea of caste is nothing but slavery. And that's why slavery must come to an end. If suppose, that we want to talk about freedom and justice first. So then Ambedkar took caste issue into the global, that everywhere. And then we understand that there are too many anti-caste intellectuals. You go to any part of India, you will find. No, so Bhima, for example, Professor Paya refers to from Odisha. He was Adivasi poet, yeah, and yet he talked about the idea of equality and freedom and justice for all. Coming, and Bhima happens to be a contemporary of Pulu. So you go to any part of India, for example, that not just Maharashtra, but Tamil Nadu area, you must have heard about Manguram from Punjab, Achyutanand from Uttar Pradesh, Harichan and Guruchan from Bengal. You go to any part of India, there will be an anti-caste intellectual. So what I want to talk about is post-independent India, and thanks for Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who was who actually who was instrumental behind writing Indian Constitution. Education was made compulsory till the age of 14. And that's once education came to Dalit, Adivasi, women, etc., meaning, that all constituencies, we find a kind of consciousness building measure whereby articulation of not just Dalit, I'm talking about also other constituencies, but Dalit writing, that's why first in a major way, that because we always compare, say, Dalit, Marathi Dalit writings with other Dalit writings. Now, Dalit writings, as we know, is available everywhere, written in all Indian languages. It is part of, that syllabus of not only undergraduate, postgraduate. You go to any part of the world, not just India. Okay, that of course your teachers will tell you that when we wanted to put this paper, caste and literature, there was a resistance. There is no caste in India. There is like, that a class of people, many segment people talk about. Where is class? I mean, where is caste? So, etc., etc. Anyway, so, that now let's go to, that Odisha, because if this is the kind of background in which Odisha, of course, we had what I also write in my article, that there were many social, that movement beginning from maybe, that mid 15th century. And Odisha, like India, is caste society. Yeah. And Odisha is very unique because Odisha is even today considered to be backward state. Backward state in many regions. I don't know, that whether you have heard about, the data if I give you, that even today it is considered to be one of the backward states, not so far as India is concerned. But we had, that like any other state, um, writers from different constituencies. So Sarala Das happened to be a Sudra, which means, the low caste. And he was the one who started social movement, both in writing as well as in activism. And that was carried forward by what I say Panchasaka, five uh, poets. Except maybe that one or two, the others were Brahmin, of course, but together they took up that this idea of social equality, justice for people, another maybe the sanctuary. And Vimogoi comes, that Vimogoi was really that radical in real sense of the term because he was an Adivasi poet, but he talked about, if you visit Indian parliament, you will find a quote that let my life go to hell, but the world be ready. No, I'm ready to sacrifice my life for the world. So look at the vision of either Odia Indian poets. No, it is not individual, but the world be ready. No, and so that then we have also given freedom movement to the Dalit writers. They are articulating, but not in a way, as I said, which will be constituted as Dalit consciousness. Mostly they are talking about class inequality, caste injustice, and powerlessness, etc., etc. So Odia Dalit literature proper started coming in maybe that this will be surprise for all of us because in 1972 when Dalit Painters was that in the formation 1972 here is a Dalit poet Vichitranand Naik who uses the word Dalit in his poem. I've already referred to. Yeah, this is very interesting. 1972 and he has already published an anthology of poems called Anirbama where he uses the word Dalit systematically. So from 1972 onward, though of course there was lack of articulation, not in a big way, 1990 became a marker for at all India level, like Hindi Dalit literature, no, device it in here, who has done research on Hindi Dalit writing. Right. So, that whether it is Hindi, Odia, Bengali, Punjabi, and many other Indian languages, 1990s became a marker. 1990, what was happening? Hope you, meaning I have to remind you that 1991, 92 was celebrated as, that Ambedkar birth centenary by BP Singham. Several things were happening. Uh, Hope you know, Babri Masjid was demolished, 92. And also, so 91, 92, Mandal Commission was accepted, and there was an attempt to give reservation to, that OBC. Several things were happening, actually. But post 1992, that Ambedkar's idea of social justice and empowerment for Dalits, that constituency became a very important subject because his writings now, all his writing and speeches, got translated into every Indian language. Ambedkar chair was established in almost all universities, meaning major universities. And that's why, that the idea of social justice and empowerment. And that was perhaps the entry point whereby people of different Indian languages, be Hindi, Odia, Bengali, that you try to trace the origin of the language, that this many of the earlier, of course, it was not that there was no writing in Indian languages about, that Dalit subjectivity, but I'm talking about how the idea of equality, freedom, justice, justice, social, economic, and political were emphasized and systematically developed. So that's why also, that I try to trace Dalit writings coming after 1990 became a very decisive marker whereby people not only talk about, that freedom, because earlier they talked about, of course, inequality, both social and economic. But now, that the idea of inequality is, the different altogether. So you will find, say, beginning from, say, Vasudev Sunani, there are too many actually Odia Dalit writers. Be it maybe, that Akhil Naik, Sanjaya Bag, or Samuel Dani. These are some of the Odia names you will find. Also, Samir Ranjan, that these are some of the names, maybe, that I have enlisted it. The third part, let's come to Sanjay Bag. Maybe, that Sanjay Bag is a very powerful writer. I must tell you, we could not hear him properly, that because of the maybe, that internet connection. But what he does, that his short story, of course, is part of our syllabus, Black Ink, and you will get another maybe story to read if you are using this book, edited by Professor Mangalam, Dalit Writings and Introduction. But look at, that his story, Black Ink. Let's come to Black Ink, and then maybe I'll try to speak about few minutes. Taking what Sanjay Bag, that talk about. Black ink, if I can just, that say straightforward, it is a maybe political satire on Indian democracy. Yeah, this could be a straight question for your exam, Payal. Yeah, Black ink is a political satire on Indian democracy. Look at that. I mean, the way he writes, meaning yesterday while I was preparing for this lecture, I know that the first sentence he says, yeah, if I can just, the quote, and I'll try to elaborate. The day of our country of independence, Gandhiji was present in our village. Gandhiji never came to. Actually, Sanjay Bags and my, that village happens to be in Kaland. That's why Pal said that it is now, the Kaland is moving to the center. Today, at least for the moment. Yeah. And Kaland, if you know about such a, that it is called Somalia of India. Yeah. You talk about any negative thing like poverty, malnutrition, mass migration, anything, that you talk about, we are part of. by chance, that we somehow escaped. And meaning, I always say that I came somehow to become, that a teacher in the university. It is just a kind of, that incident, no? Incidental professor, maybe, right? Yeah. So Gandhi, as you know, was at Noakhali when, meaning, I have to tell the young students that he never came to Kalahandi. Koksara is the name of Sanjaya Bag's village. Yeah. And look at his autobiographical, that the idea of writing an autobiographical form. So that one is also talking about individual experience, authentic testimonial. Please also try to understand about the form is very important. Yeah, when someone uses I, the idea of authentic, that even if it is a storytelling, so both truth and fiction they come together. Yeah, these are some of the formats that you have to understand. I also wanted to tell you, I just want to, that speak more about how Sanjay Bag in 2001 he wrote this story departs from many other Indian writers who have written about Gandhi, particularly in fiction. I'm sure that people those who have read Gandhi appears in three major novels. 1935, Mulkraj and Untouchable. So you can write a PhD thesis. Actually, someone can write about reception of Gandhi, reception of Gandhi in Indian villages, right? That is the title of the PhD thesis. Yeah, and I'm giving you three books. Mulkraj Anand to begin with, yeah, because he's also a critic of Gandhi. I don't know whether you know about Mulkraj Anand came from England all the way with a draft, more than 300 pages nearly, to show it to Gandhi in the aftermath of 1932 Pune Pact, because by then Gandhi had started what is called Harijan movement. Do you know that, students? Yeah, Harijan movement, 1932, because Gandhi went on, that around all parts of India. He came to Odisha also, and he had a long march, 72 kilometers. He walked from Bhubaneswar to Puri. He requested Puri temple to be open for Dalit. Yeah, wherever you will go, you will talk about temple entry, but there was also Harijan Sevak Sangh. Yeah, in many parts of Delhi also, if you go to Kingsway camp, there is still Harijan Sevak Sangh. But it was a failure. No, if you ask me, Harijan Sevak Sangh is a failure because it did not get money from any other source, no, except maybe Birla, but Birla will not give him enough money to do welfare measures, right? Gandhi's temple entry was also a failure. Yeah, failure in the sense that temple will be open up when Gandhi was there, but once he left, there will be consecration ceremony. India is a very hypocritical society. Yeah, and recently you must have heard about the former Indian president Ramnath Kovind. I'm sure you have heard about it. Came out in newspaper when he visited Puri temple. He was not allowed. The first citizen of this country was not allowed because he happens to be a Dalit. 3 hours it took to negotiate. And I'm sure after he left, consecration ceremony would have taken place. The way Mayavati, I always remember, Mayavati after completing her term as chief minister, yeah, once she left chief minister's office, there was consecration ceremony so that the next person who was non-Dalit to, that enter into that room. So this is hypocrisy, right? Now, so that what I was talking about is Mulkraj Anand's Untouchable, which was published in 1935, was heavily edited by Gandhi, right? 1935. And yet, Mulkraj Anand is a critic of Gandhi. I don't know how many of you have read Untouchable. But then Mulkraj Anand, being a progressive writer, talks about the only way to bring an untouchability to an end, particularly for that uh, those who are cleaning toilets, is to introduce what is called cloth toilet, cloth latrine. Cloth latrine is not possible in India. No, because we hear that even every now and then, that municipal corporation in Delhi, which is capital of India, that is unable to introduce machine, and that's why people, those who belong to the Dalit community, particularly, that those who enter into the deep pit, they die, that every now and then you must read in newspaper two or three. Every year they die, maybe, that more than 54 or 60. Yeah. So there is no way we can introduce a cross lettering even today. 1935, Mulpraj completed. The second novel is maybe, that Arkan is waiting for the Mahatma. And the third book is Raja Rao's Kantapura. All these three novels, that Gandhi appears. Gandhi appears in a very different, of course, way, right? But what I'm talking about is Gandhi appears in Sanjaya Bag's story in a very different. Yeah? Look at, that I just, that take another 5 minutes, fine?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
So, that how Gandhi, the iconic Gandhi, Gandhi, the father of India's independence or modern India, that is now being used and abused. That is what the story is all about. Because that if you, I'm sure some of you have read this story. If you have not, please read it. There is a character Buddha Dada, grandfather, maybe Buddha is old man, but that may be the author's grandfather who could not meet Gandhi. Yeah, he just heard about Gandhi and his maybe that message only from the Gauntia for whom he was working that day. Look at that. So Dalit have no that leave even in Independence Day. That is what that Sanjay Bag is talking about. No, while Gandhi was giving messages in Independence Day, he was working in Gauntia's field. This is very important because that what Phule talk about caste is nothing but slavery, and Dalit have to do that physical work, maybe that the kind of difficult work, physical work because the upper caste they don't do physical work, that's why that we have to also understand that they try to appropriate, say, Brahmin will only preach and teach. No, that is what Dharmasastra will talk about. Now, that, so the idea of, say, Gandhi coming to my village, that is Sanjay's, the Park's village, is also to tell Dalit to participate in the electoral process and to enforce the idea of participation so that democracy works. Because after independence, folk, so we have to understand about how the electoral process is a way forward to take democratic, that participation, so that there is participatory democracy. That participatory democracy is very important. If you don't go and cast your vote, then you are, it is just like that you are uncitizen. No, you are not citizen at all. Now, do Dalit participate to uphold their democratic rights? That is the kind, that because actually Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, you would say that he a ruling race. And in fact, that Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, there is no time to talk about all these things because there was a major debate between Gandhi and Ambedkar. That is because Ambedkar emphasized about separate electoral system. Under Hindu rule, Dalits are not going to get their rights, and that's why they have to choose their own representative so that their voice is heard. But Gandhi opposed it for Bharat. Yeah? And he, of course, took on to fast, till death. No? And that's where the idea of Pune Act. And that's why, that I'm trying to emphasize, do Dalits participate to uphold their democratic rights? I will say no. Yeah? No, because, that what has happened in the story, what they do, that they try to participate, but not convincing. No? because they have to, mostly they are illiterate, they have to act by the Dompia. So Sanjay Bag actually with this story in such a way that, it is the idea of a Dalit constituency to, not participate in the electoral process of their own. They have to be guided by, or they have to be forced by, the upper caste, say first Gauntia and then another generation Gauntia's nephew, which the story tells in a, a very, so Indian democracy is a failed democracy. That is what that Sanjay Bag is talking about. So I actually quote Sid Vishwanathan, a political scientist, who has read Sanjay Bag's story at one point of time, and writes that the potent. So the story is a potent mix of faith, satire, and irony around Gandhi and the election. Virtually becomes a fable of democracy. Yeah. And that is because that let me explain that what Siva Vishwanathan actually talks about. Say the idea of that bringing Gandhi to the village uh, makes it very clear that Gandhi's India is actually that lives in Indian villages. No, this is also another maybe departure, and there are contradictions because if you talk about Gandhi's um, Indian villages, it contradicts with the idea of Dalit, that being oppressed and suppressed to the maximum. No, if you read Ambedkar's idea of the Indian village, he talks about Indian villages is hell, and that's why he addresses Dalits to leave the village and go to the city. That's very interesting. Yeah. Sanjay Bag doesn't bring Ambedkar, of course, and his debate because he talks only about Gandhi. Gandhi is based on, that democracy and maybe, that the idea of people participating in the electoral process. So, that the village Gomtia becomes, that a representative of Gandhi because once Gandhi leaves, Gomtia becomes Gandhi's representative because he goes to Dalit Basti, and there are that two or three very powerful imagery. I don't know whether you understand about. One is the 9-year sacred friend. That is a that this is very important to understand because I have to tell you that Dalits are called Antyaj. That is a term. Whereas anyone who wears a sacred thread is called Dvija, twice birth. Dalits are never allowed to wear sacred thread, except, that if you know about India's history, Arya Samaj was the one. Uh, Arya Samaj tried to bring into their fold and gave sacred thread for Dalits to wear so that they are part of Hindu society. Yeah, Arya Samaj, hope you know about that. Now, so touching a sacred thread is unthinkable for a Dalit because Dalit are not just untouchable. I use word unseeable, unapproachable, unhearable. Earlier they were never allowed to forget about coming to the street. They cannot touch um, a person like Omti. So making them touch this sacred thread is taking a vow to support him for the electoral process to, that upper caste to win the election, taking their religious sentiment into account. It is exploiting their religious sentiment. There is another, that Ma Vrindavati, Tulsi plant, for example. Dalit are, you go to any part of India, Dalit are not allowed to keep Tulsi plant. Tulsi plant happens to be the most sacred Hindu, that goddess. Yeah. So it is anathema. But then distributing Tulsi plant among Dalit is another, that political measure so that they cast their vote to us. Look at, that part. And the last, of course, is, that, say how Gauntia's nephew goes at one point of time to Dalit Basti and says, I'm hungry, give me some food. This is very interesting, that now and then you see, that politician going to Dalit Basti for Photoshop, no? They eat with Dalits. I don't know whether the food is cooked by Dalits, but just Photoshop, that, no? Intertiming and intermarriages, these are two things that we have to talk about when we think about the caste to be annihilated. Yeah, and this is very interesting because that he asks Dalit to give food for that team, and finally Sanjay Bag that talks about. I don't know whether you understand because how many Odias are here I don't know. This water rice with roasted fish is the most delicious, but that every day maybe that is also sustainability. The idea of livelihood. Being poor, you have to have water rice. Water rice is not a that luxury food. Yeah, that most essential food item. But with roasted fish, non-vegetarian. Don't talk about non-vegetarian. That because no, we are all going to be vegetarian. No? Yeah. So this reminds me as a student of literature, that novel by Rajarao, Kantapura, when Murthy goes to Dalit Basti and he asks for, that because that they bring with milk and he dare not touch because he smells something from the, that behind there is some maybe, that stinking. Please try to understand all this. But these are, that ploys to exploit the lit sentiment so that the lit vote for the opposition. Now let's come to the conclusion, right? I've spoken a lot maybe. So what happens finally? The story ends up with because Buddha could not, he waited for long, he could not meet Gandhi, no? But then, that his friends and colleagues, maybe, that finally, as we all, the Sabriya Dadi, another, that relative, what he finally finds, that during every election, 500 rupees notes now. So, that from tea and snacks, 10 rupees, no? In different election I'm talking about. Now we have, because India has become very rich, we are going to be the developed nation, yeah, within no, the time. So 10 rupees is replaced now by 500 rupees. But what is very interesting and important for Sanjay Bag to, that establish that Gandhi appears in every election in very different forms. Yeah, bald head and kind of thing. But Sabriya Dadi, that look at it. The end of this story is very, very crucial because even though Sabriya Dadi is generally poor Dalit, you tear up, no? He tears all the notes. I want to read, that because he thinks that this is ghost, no? And he says, that why did you come at midnight to trouble us, no? These are some of the things that you have to understand. Trouble us. Instead of making us, that part of Indian democratic system, you are troubling us. Yeah? And then he tears up. So the democratic principle in India have disappeared with the coming of, that money in every election, right? What comes in Indian democratic, that system is nothing but corruption, nepotism, and casteism. So please try to understand if at all Dalit writings and also that these are some of my conclusions. That Dalit writings are now trying to address several other things. It is not just Sanjay Bag alone, but that if you read many other writers, say Akhil Naik's Veda, the book that that I translated, It combines with capitalism, casteism, and Brahminic Hinduism. Look at them, there is no time to talk about all this thing. So Indian democratic, the social order, social democracy, because Ambedkar talked about there are different kinds of democracy. Maybe that political democracy has succeeded, but not social democracy, because political democracy, when we talk about, have you read his last speech? That today, on 26th of November 1949, we are entering into a new phase of life. So politically, we are actually achieving equality because one vote, one way, everyone is equal. But what about social democracy or economic democracy? It is a failure one. So writers like Sanjaya Bag, they talk about, that how we have to guard as a reader, as a, that student, teacher, researcher, we have to guard against, because Dalit writings, what finally, that we are going to talk about is the idea of, that equality, freedom, justice, social, political, and economic. But more than that, Dalit writers are also writing about annihilation of caste. As long as caste persists, there will be inequality. What I talk about social democracy. Yeah, maybe politically we are all equal, but what will happen to social democracy? And as I said at the beginning, I don't see, that it will be sooner, that I don't think there will be a day when we, that will rejoice or celebrate the idea of annihilation of caste. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raj Kumar. Um, for the task of coming this talk is really very daunting for me, but I'll try. So I think one of the important, I mean, really thank you for this very extensive training that you took us through from historicizing uh, Dalit writing, the constitution of Dalit subjectivity, and the examples from Sanjay Bag's short story, Lacking. One of the important points, I think, Professor Rajkumar began by talking about, and really speaking the theme of this conference, which is the quest for equality. And and then he concludes by talking about how we are so deeply deficient when it comes to social and economic democracy. I think there is a lot that we need to think about and we need to discuss. In the course of his lecture, I think one of the most important points was about the constitution of uh, Dalit subjectivity. Dalit subjectivity as the idea of the Dalit as a doer, to be the subject and not to be somebody who's just a passive recipient. So this is where Dalit writings become very important, and he calls it one of the most significant events in the history of India. And he, in this quest for equality, I think the women of the Dalit community, something that he mentioned right at the beginning, and today when we talk about 1990s as an important moment, I think that's also the moment of awakening as far as Dalit feminism is concerned. So we go back to Smriti with more than 300 caste laws, and the idea of liberty, fraternity, and equality as emerging from Buddha's Dhamma, the constitution of Dalit subjectivity, the movement to be looked at in the context of pre-Dalit Panther and post-Dalit Panther movement, so which also gives us a kind of historical framework to place the Dalit movement about its beginnings before the constitution of the Dalit Panther movement and what happens after that, and maybe the contemporary would then be the more modern rendering of Dalit writing and Dalit subjectivity. A discussion about why we think it always originated in Maharashtra. So, the context, he relates this to the context of the public sphere and the awakening because of the writings of Jyotiba Phule, Phule wrote Pulabhiri, and started the Satyashoda Samaj. Also a reference to the medieval poets, who came from the ordinary sphere of life. And here, since we were talking about women, I think a name that has now become important is that of Soyarabai and Chokhamela's wife. We know about Chokhamela, but now Soyarabai's songs are also available in translation. So something for us to think about. The second part of his lecture was about Kuriya Dalit writing, where he took us to the contributions of Sarla Das and the Panchasakha, and the ideas that Bhima brought in, and the quest for social equality. So I think we need to not just take the word social equality, as not take it for granted, because there's a word that's associated with it, which is quest. And that struggle for equality is an ongoing struggle. And I think as young people, we should never give up on that, and especially the women. And the third part of the lecture discussed in detail Sanjaya Bag's short story Black Ink, which you have in your course, and Sanjaya Bag, Professor Raj Kumar from Kalahandi has, I think, is Akhila Nayak also from Kalahandi.
Yeah.
And writes about the rural community. So, which is why I began by saying that today, for this seminar, for this session, I think we have achieved something by bringing Kalahandi to the center of the discussion. In terms of form, I think we need to keep in mind, and students particularly need to focus on, Sanjay Bag spoke about honesty, simplicity, and I think Professor Rajkumar here talks about authenticity and the testimonial. And, the idea about Gandhi's reception in the context of Sanjay Bag's story, to focus on some of the conclusions that he shared with us about social and economic democracy, how electoral politics also brings with it corruption and casteism. And I think when it comes to the discussion on food, today a lot of work, a lot of research work is being done in the area of food histories and food cultures. And you have a poster right up here called about a book, Dalit Kitchens of Marathwada. And I think Shahul Patoli's book makes a very important intervention here, dispelling notions about vegetarianism and non-vegetarianism and how it's related to caste. So I think it's a must read. And on this note, where I think what we carry with us as sensitive, aware individuals are not just some pointers for the examination, but here I think the discussion is centered more on what the society is really all about. And so the annihilation of caste, the final statement that Professor Rajkumar made, is very, very important. And I think that should really be our takeaway here, to be sensitive, to be aware about these issues, but to also do something and to not simply, and this is where I think, the interdining intermarriages is the point that Professor Rajkumar made. Thank you so much. And I will insist that we still have 5 minutes for a Q&A round. So if you have any questions, please. Any number, you have time.
We have one more room that we are live streaming, so that's why they're there also. Yes.
Okay, one question.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Anjali, and we have also studied Black ink in our semester. So obviously, Sanjay Kumar Bag talks about corruption and casteism and nepotism in Indian politics. But I think he also talks about this idealization of people. I mean, no offense, but we have so many gods to choose from, but we still choose to put our faith in people, normal people like us. So why do you think that also plays a big role in the elections and our faith?
Idealization. Yeah. Any can we select all maybe
Yes.
and then combine?
More questions, please, so we can, Mr. Raj Kumar will respond to
Go
it.
together.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, teachers and sir. Thank you so much for such enlightening session. So we have blacking in our syllabus, and we had a great discussion in our classrooms as well while studying the short story. Still, I wanted to know your inputs on the ending where there is the clearing of notes. Is it just symbolical? And if it is symbolical, what all do we derive from it? And what it signifies? So a more comment on that would be great. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Any other question, please? Still live streaming, in case you're getting questions over there, someone, looking at it? Is.
Yeah.
Um, in case there are any questions posted, please do let us know. Students, any other questions, or any of the teachers would like to ask something?
So, can you elaborate upon the Sant Ravidas concept of
Right.
being a from?
Okay. Right. So maybe I'll.
Yes, I've made a note of questions.
Is it working? Yeah. Not working. Right. So thank you, girls, for this question, because this will also, that bring some of the say idealization. The first thing, that election, Indian election, that years after years, that indicate that meaning sometime, that there are two things Sanjay Bag is talking about. As I said, participating in electoral politics is important because, as I refer to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, be a ruling class. It is only through law that society can change. Yeah, not that Dalit writers are saying no to, that election or electoral politics because they want to be very much, that participatory, right? But the idea of what you talk about idealization. Idealization, of course, that in terms of say we want to that see someone who is definitely a kind of that personality who can carry forward the maybe that messages of Gandhi, Ambedkar, or Bhagat Singh, or many others. No, I can just talk about it. So when we are talking about idealization, of course, that we have certain values, principles, in which that democracy in India can thrive. And that's why I quoted Ambedkar's speech. If you read Ambedkar, he talks about that political democracy is maybe the successful in India, but what about social democracy or economic democracy? And that's why he finally cautioned us that if social and economic democracy fails, then that constitution is not going to help, right? So that the political structure that we want to, for example, that take forward the country, because when we talk about election, we are also talking about the nation state. It is not individual, right? We are also talking about collective. So the idealization that that we have to talk about comes from certain values, and Ambedkar emphasizes always about morality. Even in constitution, he talks about constitutional morality. So if you are talking about judges, Indian judges have to also follow certain ethics and morality. So these are idealization we are talking about. If I understand your question right, when we are talking about idealization, we are talking about principles. We are talking about values. Is it clear about? Yeah. The second is the tearing of notes is definitely symbolic because that is the end of maybe that Gandhism coming to an end, no? Because that the way Sagadia Dadi tears up like mad because he says that you have come as ghost and we must try to put an end to the ghost, so that that there is sanity in society, right? So this is just in opposed to what the failure of Indian democracy, because Sanjaya that is conscious act definitely that indicate that in order to prevent corruption, no, because he's not preventing Gandhi to come, no, he's hearing notes which symbolically that suggests that Gandhi has arrived, which is not. So the end is definitely end of that Gandhism, because Gandhi's principles are being misused, abused, and misinterpreted. In other words, Sagaria Dadi, even though he is an illiterate, maybe Dalit, he's trying to vie for a new India where there is no corruption. So all these are, that symbolic to say that we need a country upright with moral, that values, also, that guiding the principle of, that democratic process, right? It is not just individual, but collective. So he is not just, that alone, right? He is not alone because his deed suggests that he is trying to wash out sin. No, that is what Sid Viswanathan talks about. No, he talks about actually Sid Viswanathan. I could not quote him. Maybe that if you want, I just quote Sid Viswanathan. Let me read out maybe that 2 or 3 lines. The story becomes a semiotic fall of democracy from the erosion of Gandhian symbols like Khadi and the 500 rupees note. I'm reading from Vishwanathan's review. The final act begins a protester tears the note, indicating that democracy as value has turned inflationary. As a fable of democracy built around the promise and erosion of the Gandhian ideas, the story is possible. So this is what Vishwanathan talks about. So quite simply, so that we can wash out our sin and build a new society based on certain moral and ethical principles. Yeah. The last is Ravidas. Ravidas has a long poem called Begampura. Yeah. Begampura is a fascinating subject. Gail Ombed has written a book on Begampura. Yeah. Begampura suggests that it is basically utopian vision of India, because Ravidas, that talks about what is Begampura is, where there are no caste discrimination, no inequalities, no gender injustice, and people don't have to pay tax in Begampura. Yeah, in other words, everyone is equal. So this idea of that equality, justice, freedom, right? Ravidas envisages it, that maybe 17th century is really powerful. Yeah, even though it is utopian vision, but the idea of that Begampura is very very important. Yeah, for a that Ravidas, who was a shoemaker, and it is said that Mirabai went all the way to learn from Ravidas. Yeah, that is also very interesting. So the caste and gender again interspersing. Any other question? Anyone else? No question? Okay, thank you.
I'd once again like to thank Professor Raj Kumar for taking out time. I know that he had several meetings scheduled for today with the university about to undergo its NAC accreditation. So thank you so much for taking out time for us, for the students. I'd also like to thank Dr. Sanjaya Bag again. And once again, Professor Mangala for giving me this chance and the organizers giving me the chance to share tips with Professor Raj Kumar and speak the process with Dr. Raj. So thank you so much. Thank you to being a wonderful audience.
So I'm done now. I have got that. I'll give it. Just leave it. Is it? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Because I have to reach by. Then you know,
नमस्कार जैन जी, आप शायद ऑलरेडी हैं यहाँ पे मीटिंग में। His mic is off. आपका माइक ऑफ है, आप अपना ऑडियो ऑन कर सकते हैं सर।
जी जी मैं
हाँ,
कर रहा हूँ।
बस अब हमें
हाँ।
5 की नॉलेज दीजिए।
आवाज आ रही है बराबर?
हाँ जी, आपकी आवाज आ रही है। आप 5 मिनट की नॉलेज दीजिए, अभी हम शुरू करते हैं।
हाँ ठीक है ठीक
और
है,
अब नजर भी आ रहे हैं। थैंक यू, थैंक
ओके
यू।
ओके। हाँ एक कीधું ને અવાજ ને બધું બરાબર છે ત્યાં.
To further continue the session, I would like to request Professor B. Mangalam to say a few words about Sir Jayant Parmar ji. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll continue the next session, and this is going to be a very interesting session. You're going to reading an interactive session with the eminent poet Jayant Parmar. Sir, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है और I'm very
जी
grateful
नमस्कार।
कि इन्होंने बिल्कुल immediately हमारी बात रख ली and he joined. And also we must have noticed that he joined since morning or almost from 11 and has been listening to the other speakers as well. शायर को हमेशा श्रोताओं की जरूरत पड़ती है, सुनने वालों की चाहत और यहाँ पोइट जी खुद ही सबको बहुत सब्र से सुन रहे हैं. So now it's our turn, and I don't want to stand between you and your audience, sir. यहाँ बहुत लोग उत्सुक है, हमारे 2 venues में students and teachers are waiting since morning, and they are read your poetry and वो अभी आपको खुद directly सुनना चाहेंगे. As all of us know, Shri Jayant Parmar is an eminent poet, the Sahitya Academy awardee, and he writes in Urdu as well as in Gujarati. And he plays around with a lot of binaries, even though his foregrounds inclusivity in all his writings. He is a calligrapher, he paints, he illustrates his own poetry. So he uses 2 mediums of art, and each offer as a subtext in the other. Each elevates and imparts new meanings to the other. यहाँ शायद हम उनके illustrations नहीं देख पाएंगे, but we will listen to him, and then he is very eager to interact, especially with the students. And he has many publications, of course, we know, anthologies out in 1999, Pencil or Dusri Nazme in 2006, and Money in 2007, and Antral in 2010. Many of these anthologies are available in English translation as well. And he uses traditional forms like nazm or ghazal and completely transforms in terms of what he does, in terms of the content that he brings in terms of his perspective, and so traditional at the same time contemporary issues and concerns, and also his own perspective, his own ghazaliya is certainly very contemporary. And his black ghazals, especially on the violence around us, political and social, communal, and every form of violence. And also, the increasing erasure of the syncretic culture that that is very pained about, that he talks about repeatedly. And he has written about painters as well as brought in, has this kind of a dialogue with fellow poets. अभी मैं और मेरी बात करूंगी सर, हम आपको सुनने के लिए यहाँ बैठे हैं, so please start. पहले सुनेंगे फिर आपसे हम कॉन्वर्सेशन भी करें. Thank you so much again.
थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम। और सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि आपने मुझे इस सेमिनार में मदऊ किया गया है। तो पोइट्री सेशन है, पोइट्री तो सबको अच्छी लगती है, खास करके जो यंग जो जनरेशन है, और दलित राइटिंग की जो पोइट्री है और डिफरेंट मोड की पोइट्री। तो मैं जिसकी वजह है ये सेमिनार, जहाँ पे ये सेमिनार हो रहा है, या पूरे हिंदुस्तान में जो वजह बना है, उस पे एक नज्म है मनु, जिसने मनुस्मृति लिखी, उस पे एक नज्म है। नज्म का उन्वान है मनु। एक न एक दिन घर के आगे नीम की शाख पे नंगा करके लटका दूंगा तुझको मनु। एक न एक दिन घर के आगे नीम की शाख पे नंगा करके लटका दूंगा तुझको मनू। तेरी रगों को चीर फाड़ कर देखूंगा, तूने पिया है कितना लहू मेरे बुजुर्गों का। एक न एक दिन घर के आगे नीम की शाख पे नंगा करके लटका दूंगा तुझको मनू। तेरी रगों को चीर फाड़ कर देखूंगा, तूने पिया है कितना लहू मेरे बुजुर्गों का। एक न एक दिन तेरी खाल उधेड़ूंगा, हमें तो सिर्फ ब्राह्मण क्षत्रिय और वैश्य की सेवा करना तूने लिखा था। चमार भंगी और चांडाल की तूने लिखी तकदीर। गांव के बाहर रहना, टूटे बर्तन में खाना। यहाँ का भैंसा भी पंडित, गधा भी गंगा जल पीता है। लेकिन तुझको है मालूम, अब मैंने चील की मानिंद उड़ना सीख लिया है। अब मैंने चील की मानिंद उड़ना सीख लिया है। शेर की मानिंद जस्त लगाना सीख लिया है। लफ्जों को हथियार बनाना सीख लिया है। एक न एक दिन तेरी खाल उधेड़ के तेरे हाथ में रख दूंगा, तूने मेरे बाप को मारा था ऐसे। जूते जूते मुझको ले जाते हैं बर्फीली चट्टानों पर, पाइन के जंगल में, गांव कस्बों शहरों में। जूते मुझको ले जाते हैं सात आसमान पर। जूते मुझको ले जाते हैं सात समंदर पार नई जमीनों पर, आसमान से दूर नए जहानों में। जूते मुझको ले जाते हैं संसद में और यूएनओ में। जूते मुझको ले जाते हैं गुरुद्वारा में, चर्च में, मस्जिद में, अगियारी में। लेकिन जब जूते मुझको ले जाते हैं मंदिर में, तब मैं बाहर फेंक दिया जाता हूँ जूते की माने। नरक कुंड की बास। नरक कुंड की बास मेरे स्कूल तलक आती थी, धूप की छतरी के नीचे नंगे पांव उतरती थी नरक कुंड में। एक्चुअली ये कुंड जो है आपने देखा हो पता नहीं। ये चमड़ा जो है उसको साफ करने के लिए एक कुंड के अंदर पानी रखा जाता है, और उसमें नमक ये चमड़ा उसमें रखा जाता है बाद में, और उस पे नमक छिड़का जाता है। और जो मजदूर है या मदर जो है मेरी, तो वहां पे उस पे वो साफ करती थी पाँव से। ये मंजर मैंने देखा है। नरक कुंड की बास मेरे स्कूल तक आती थी, धूप की छतरी के नीचे नंगे पांव उतरती थी नरक कुंड में। जानवरों के चमड़े को नमक और पानी में भिगोकर अपने मरियल पांव से करते थी साफ। बदले में वो गोश्त के टुकड़े ले आती थी मेरे लिए। आज भी जब मैं ऑफिस जाने से पहले अपने जूते चेरी पॉलिश करता हूँ, तब उसकी चमक में माँ का चेहरा दिखता है। नरक कुंड की बास मेरे ऑफिस तक आती। कागज। पुराने वक्त में लिखा जाता था पत्तों पर, भोजपत्र पर, ताड़ पत्र पर, पेड़ के सीने पर, पत्थर पर, पशु के चमड़े पर। चारों वेद भी लिखे गए थे भोजपत्र पर, लेकिन जुल्म की काली ऋचाएं लिखी गई थी मेरे बदन पर आज भी। उपरा, मराठी के दलित एक अदीब हैं लक्ष्मण माने, उसकी ये ऑटोबायोग्राफी सुनकर मैंने ये कही थी मैंने। उपरा, गधों की पीठ पर बर्तन चरपाई और चांद, ख्वाहिश, गधों की पीठ पर बर्तन चरपाई और चांद, ख्वाब ख्वाहिशें, खौफ की गठरी, उम्मीदों का बोरिया बिस्तर लादे हुए, पेट की आग बुझाने को एक गांव से दूसरे गांव तक भटक रहे हैं बंजारे, जिनके नसीब में आसमान ही घर की छत और जमीन का है बिस्तर। लक्ष्मण माने सूरज की खिड़की में बैठा गिनता रह रहता है अक्सर अपने बाप की पीठ के जख्म, रात रात भर चीखता है चिल्लाता है, टाट की झुग्गी में स्याही की हल्दी का लेप लगाता है, लेकिन जख्म अभी तक रिश्ता है, गधों की पीठ से बोझ नहीं उतरा है कभी। दलित कवि की वसीयत। दलित कवि अपने पीछे क्या कुछ छोड़ के जाता है। लहू से रिश्ता एक कागज, रात के सर पे काला सूरज, कलम के निब पे आग का दरिया, अपने पुरखों की कंदील, वह तुम पर यलगार नहीं करता है कभी, अलामतों की, इश्तिहारों की, शख्सियतों की। गधे की पीठ का बारे गिरा वो खुद ही जख्मी साया है, कोई वजूद नहीं है उसका टूटा कप, और उसमें कोई फर्क नहीं। गोबर मिट्टी की तस्वीर बनाने वाला इतनी समझ तो रखता है, रेत घड़ी में, जिला वतन मिट्टी की बू में, बगावतों के सूर्यमुखी में, कलम का नेजा और दवात की स्याही में फन कायम और दायम है। लेकिन अब वो ढूंढ रहा है अपना वजूद, उसे जुस्तजू है अपनी, बड़े फख्र से कहता है वो खुद को दलित। सुबह की हवाओं। सुबह की हवाओं, मेरी रूह के पास रुक जाओ, मुझे दो लहू रंग सूरज जिस पे बादल का साया न हो, जो न डूबे उफक के घने जंगलों में कभी, जिसको उंगली पे रख कृष्ण के चक्र की तरह फेंकूंगा उन पर, जिन्होंने मेरी जीभ को काट कर यज्ञ कुंड में ओम स्वाहा किया, मेरी फूल सी नन्ही बच्ची का सर काट कर नजर आतिश किया, मेरी बहन की छातियों से बहाई नदी खून की, मेरे बाप को जिंदा दफना दिया, दिन दहाड़े मेरी माँ को नंगा किया, मेरी आग अब ठंडी होगी नहीं, मुझे दो लहू रंग सूरज, सुबह की हवाओं, मेरी रूह के पास रुक जाओ। कैफियत। मेरी मौत के बाद लिखेंगे वो, अगर मेरी स्वाने हयात, तो उसमें फकत तीरगी की खनकती हुई सख्त जंजीर अपमान और नफरत और धुतकार और ठोकरें दर बदर की, पीठ पर उनके चाबुक के निशान के सिवा क्या मिलेगा तुम्हें? मेरी मौत के बाद लिखेंगे वो, अगर मेरी स्वाने हयात, तो उसमें फकत तीरगी की खटकती हुई सख्त जंजीर, अपमान और नफरत और धुतकार और ठोकरें दर बदर की, पीठ पर उनके चाबुक के नीले निशान के सिवा क्या मिलेगा उन्हें? मेरा जन्मदिन माँ को कब याद था? मैं कब फानी दुनिया से रुखसत हुआ था? यही एक तारीख लिखी थी मैंने कभी डायरी में। इन्हीं दो पलों में जिया और मरा भी। जड़ें मेरी पेवस्त थी जिस जमी में, जड़ें मेरी पेवस्त थी जिस जमी में, मैंने चाहा उसे पागलों की तरह। नींद के पेड़ पर ख्वाब के फूल टांके थे मैंने कई, हर एक बार हाथ में, हर एक बार हाथों में सूखी हुई टहनियाँ ही मिली थी। हमेशा की मानिंद खुद को समझने की कोशिश न की। मैं फकत गंदी नाली का कीड़ा ही था जिसे पांव नीचे ही कुचला गया है। सदियों पुरानी ये लफ्जों की काशें, मेरी यातनाएं समाएंगी कैसे किसी नज्म में? मुर्गे का बलि। अपनी जड़ें बुखार ने अपनी जड़ें बुखार ने की थी पेवस्त गर्म गोश्त के एजा में। अम्मी मुझको ले जाती थी बर्फपोश की मस्जिद में, पेड़ के आगे अपना दामन फैलाती, पीर के आगे अपना दामन फैलाती, और मौलाना मोर पंख का झारा मेरे सर पे रखता, फूंकता सूरह नास मेरे जलते कानों में, कुरान की आयत पढ़ता और मैं जल्दी ठीक हो जाऊं दुआ मांगता। बुखार था अपनी जिद पर, 101 डिग्री से कम होता ही नहीं। अम्मी की आंखों से नींदें गायब थीं। आठों पहर वही मन्नत मंत्र और तावीज। आखिरकार वो ले गई मुझको किसी बड़े तांत्रिक के पास। लाल रंग कपड़े में जाने क्या क्या बांध के रखा था, नींबू, नारंगी और बाग बाग के नाखून, झोले में देसी मुर्गा भी। तांत्रिक ने फिर मंत्र पढ़े थे, नींबू की धागे में नींबू को धागे में पिरो दिया। तेज छुरी ने मुर्गे की गर्दन को चूमा, गर्म खून के छींटे उड़ाए मेरी जबीं पर। खौफजदा में कांप रहा था। अम्मी कहती थी, ईश्वर सबका रखवाला है। फिर क्यों ईश्वर मुर्गे का सर मांगता है? नज्म कहाँ रखी है मैंने? मेज के खानों में, टेबल पर, रैक पे, अलमारी में और बुक शेल्फ पे कब से ढूंढ रहा हूँ। नई पुरानी किताबों के औरा के जुनू में, खद्दर के कुर्ते की फटी फटी जेबों में, ऊंट के चमड़े के बस्ते में नज्म कहाँ रखी है मैंने? पूछता हूँ फिर नेरुदा से, हेमिचाई से, रिल्के से। अभी अभी तो रखी थी। नज्म को ढूंढते ढूंढते ही मिल जाते हैं कलम दवात और कोरे कागज, लेकिन नज्म बयाज दिल से गायब। ब्लैक बोर्ड। ब्लैक बोर्ड एक खिड़की है, उस खिड़की में कई खिड़कियां बंद पड़ी हैं। ब्लैक बोर्ड एक खिड़की है, उस खिड़की में कई खिड़कियां बंद पड़ी हैं। सफेद चाक से लिखता हूं जब एक एक खिड़की खुलती है। सफेद चाक से लिखता हूं जब एक एक खिड़की खुलती है। हर खिड़की में तारे रोशन, रोशनी मेरे अंदर फैलने लगती है। मैं होता हूँ रोशनियों का मजमू। दलित कविता। दलित कविता। माथे के चिथड़े में उगता काला सूरज। दलित कविता। गर्दन की कुल्हड़ी में अछूत का एटम। दलित कविता। एहतिजाज के झंडे पर है तीसरी बाई। दलित कविता। कमर पे लटकी झाड़ू में आक्रोश का पेड़। दलित कविता। यज्ञ कुंड में मनुस्मृति के जलते हाथ। दलित कविता। मनु के बहरे कानों में जलता शीशा। दलित कविता। सदियों से लकड़ी में सोया अग्नि करवट लेता। टाइटल है अछूत। तुम मुझे छूती हो जानम, तन पे गंगा जल छिड़क कर। तुम मुझे छूती हो जानम, तन पे गंगा जल छिड़क कर खुद पवित्र हो गई। लेकिन नहीं दुनिया में ऐसी चीज कोई जो पवित्र कर सके मुझको। तुम मुझे छूती हो जानम, तन पे गंगा जल छिड़क कर खुद पवित्र हो गई। लेकिन नहीं दुनिया में ऐसी चीज कोई जो पवित्र कर सके मुझको। मैं तो पैदा ही हुआ हूँ अपवित्र, उम्र भर मैं अपवित्र ही रहूंगा और मर जाऊंगा आखिर अपवित्र। पैंथर और पोस्टर। मेरे ड्राइंग रूम की एक दीवार पे लटका है पैंथर का पोस्टर। मेरे ड्राइंग रूम की एक दीवार पे लटका है पैंथर का पोस्टर। और मेरे टेबल पे पड़ा है ग्रेनाइट पत्थर में डॉक्टर अंबेडकर का मुजस्सिमा। जब भी लिखने बैठता हूँ गौर से तकता हूँ पोस्टर। तेज नुकीले दांत और डरावनी आंखों वाला एक चीता। चुपके से फिर घुसता हूँ चीते के खौल में। घूमता हूँ फिर उसे ओढ़कर अपने वरांडे में। अपने लोगों पर होते जुल्म पे गुस्सा करता हूँ। मुट्ठी भींच के टेबल पर गुस्सा थूकता हूँ। कभी कभी मैं आधी रात को खौल में घुसकर घूमता हूँ चीते की तरह अपने वरांडे में। दलित बस्ती की शाम कैसी होती है ये भी देखिए आप। मेरी बस्ती में शाम जफर पान वाला की दुकान से बनारसी कत्थे का पान दबाकर अपने पोपले मुंह से शाम ने आखिर अपने भीगे होठों से सुर्ख रंग कत्थे की पिचकारी मारी बस्ती के कोने कोने में। शाम ढली है, कच्चे मकानों, टाट की झुग्गी झोपड़ियों पर, छत पर पांव फैलाकर बैठे सायों पर, घर के आगे कूड़े कचरे के ढेरों पर, तवे पे जलती प्याज और लहसुन की रोटी की खुशबू पर, लकड़ी के खूंटे से बंधी खैरों की बकरी के सींगों पर, आंगन में चुगते मुर्गे की कलगी पर, कुत्तों को पीने के लिए रखी कुंडी पर, ब्रैकेट में है, चांद सितारे जिसमें अपना मुंह धोते हैं। शाम ढली है, महवे के और नौसार की सस्ती दारू के काले मटके पर, नाले के कीचड़ में खेलते नंगे भूखे बच्चों पर, बदरू के उस बाल काटने के बक्से पर, गंदी गटर में झांकते नीले आसमान पर, तार की बाड़ पे काली ब्रा के पर्वत पर, कोट पे बैठी सफेद बिल्ली के रोए पर, बकरी की झूठी हड्डियों में गोश्त ढूंढते कुत्तों पर, नंगी गली के मोड़ पे पत्थर की देवी के माथे पर। शाम ढली है, बस्ती के कोने कोने में, गले में महवे की दो बूंदें उतरते ही पोस्टर की ऐश्वर्या नाचने लगती है। गले में महवे की दो बूंदें उतरते ही पोस्टर की ऐश्वर्या नाचने लगती है। शबाना की पलकों के रंग सी शाम उतरती है प्याली में। सेब की आधा चक्कर सेब को आधा चक्कर कीड़े अपने दरों में घुसने लगे। 1 रुपए का निरोध लेकर पीला चांद पड़ोसी के दरवाजे पर देता है दस्तक। अंधकार की चमगादड़ ने बत्ती बुझा दी। सांप ने केंचुली उतार फेंकी खिड़की से। शाम ढली है, बस्ती के कोने कोने में। सपना देखने वाले हाथ। सपना देखने वाले हाथ बांस को सपना देते हैं। हसीन सपने, बांस की कश्ती, बांस के फूल, बांस के हाथी घोड़े ऊंट, बांस के सूरज चांद सितारे, बांस की मेज पे कलम दवात, बांस को छील बनाता हूँ नेजे, बांस को छील बनाता हूँ नेजे, तेज चमकते बांस के नेजे। चाय की कप धोते हाथों में, थके हुए घोड़ों की गिनती करने वाले हाथों में, गू की बाल्टी सर पे रखते हाथों में, अछूत के काले हाथों में बांस के नेजे चमकेंगे उन 33 करोड़ देवताओं के लिए। लफ्ज को देखा है मैंने, लफ्ज को देखा है मैंने, तेज नुकीली बारिश में टाट की खोली में घुसते, केरोसिन की लाइन में उदास बच्चों की आंखों में सहमे हुए। लफ्ज को देखा है मैंने, मरी पड़ी उस भैंस के चारों ओर पतीली हाथ में लेकर खड़ा हुआ। लफ्ज को देखा है मैंने उन मंदिरों में जहां यलम्मा के अशकों के दाग अभी तक ताजा है। लफ्ज को देखा है मैंने उन मंदिरों में जहां यलम्मा के अशकों के दाग अभी तक ताज़ा हैं। लफ्ज़ को देखा है मैंने अपनी ज़मीं से हिजरत करते, अपनी ज़ात से नफरत करते। लफ्ज़ को देखा है मैंने। सुबह अब भी होती है, सुबह अब भी होती है, रात का हंसी नाटक रोज खेला जाता है। भर गया है दिल मेरा हैरतों के जुगनू से, आज सुबह को मैंने खुद को जिंदा पाया था। भर गया है दिल मेरा हैरतों के जुगनू से, आज सुबह को मैंने खुद को जिंदा पाया था। मेरी सांस को छूकर भूरा चांद गुजरा था, अब भी उस जमीन पर क्या ऐसे लोग बसते हैं। सुबह होती है, रात का हंसी नाटक रोज खेला जाता है। फूल जैसे बच्चों के हाथ में है बंदूकें, हाथ नन्हे मुन्ने से आशना न हो पाए गेंद और किताबों से। फूल जैसे बच्चों के हाथ में है बंदूकें, हाथ नन्हे मुन्ने से आशना न हो पाए गेंद और किताबों से। मैं यकीन करूं कैसे अब खुदा के होने का। स्टार पर मैं सुनता हूँ जंग अब भी जारी है, एक एक मिसरे की पीठ पर है बैयोनेट। गुल की पत्ती पत्ती पर कार्बन की परतें हैं, अब इराक में कोई फूल ही नहीं खिलता। कैदी तन की चमड़ी को यूं उधेड़ लेते हैं, पाँव से कोई अपने ज्यों उतार ले मोजे। फिर भी क्यों है दिल नादान चाहता है इंसान को, फिर भी क्यों दिले नादां चाहता है इंसान को। मारिना श्वेता एवा नींद में कभी आकर मेरे दिल से कहती है। मारिना मारिना श्वेता एवा नींद में कभी आकर मेरे दिल से कहती है, अश्क को बचा कर रखना कल वो काम आएंगे। लफ्ज पर जमी सारी गर्द पहुंच लेता हूँ, चांद पर उगी काली घास नोच लेता हूँ। रात का हंसी नाटक रोज खेला जाता है, सुबह अब भी होती है। शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। और मुझे भी अच्छा लगा आपसे शेयर करते हुए मेरी पोइट्री।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जयंत साहब, आपने इतना वक्त दिया। और हम क्लासरूम में आपकी कविता पढ़ाते हैं, तो
जी।
आज आपको सुन के लगा कि हम शायद क्लासरूम में हम आपकी कविता पढ़ ही नहीं पा रहे ठीक से, क्योंकि हम वहाँ एक कॉपी और पेन लेके बैठ जाते हैं, स्टूडेंट्स भी और
हाँ
और ब्लैक बोर्ड के साथ इतने उसमें मीनिंग्स ढूंढते हैं, इतने हम उसमें से अ, विमर्श ढूंढते रहते हैं, लेकिन जब हम
जी
आपको
जी
सुनते हैं तो एक अलग ही इससे अनुभव जो होता है ना, एक्सपीरियंस जो होता है, और आपकी जो ट्रेजेक्टरी है, शुरू में जो आपने शुरू किया था बलून और जूते उस नजम से जो लिव ने जो लिंक किया, बाद में अब धीरे धीरे जाके जैसे आपने एक कविता सुनाई मेरी बस्ती में शाम, और आगे भी दलित का भी रेफरेंस आया और आए, तो आपके अनुभव इतने ज्यादा गहरे हैं कि शायद हम उसको ठीक से जस्टिस नहीं कर पाएंगे जब हम उसको एक करिकुलम में लाते हैं। पर दूसरी बात यह है कि जैसे हम उसको सिलेबस में लाते हैं, तो हम आपको और भी ज्यादा पढ़ते हैं, सिर्फ वो एक कविता नहीं पढ़ते, और भी ज्यादा पढ़ते हैं। और यहाँ बहुत सारे विद्वान बैठे हैं जो उर्दू भी जानते हैं, उर्दू पढ़ते हैं, और आपकी किताबें लेके बैठे हुए हैं। और मैं उनसे गुजारिश करूंगी कि वो इस कॉन्वर्सेशन को आगे बढ़ाएं। और आपने सुना होगा, सबने ताली बजाई, लेकिन ताली में आपको एक उदासी भी सुनाई दिया होगा और एक मर्द भी सुनाई दिया होगा ना। जब जैसे हम आपको सुनते हैं दैट तो उर्दू में जब सुन रहे हैं, so it really certainly gives us a better insight into the entire spectrum of your lived experience and your powerful writing. I wish हम आपको और भी सुने, लेकिन I would now request the audience, students and my colleagues to respond and make observations on interacting. He is really looking forward to the interaction much more.
जी, आप सवाल कर सकते हैं जो आपके।
हाँ जी, मैं औरों से रिक्वेस्ट कर रही हूँ। Yes. नजमा दीवा जफीर में है।
जी।
मैं जानना चाह रही थी कि आप
फिर
आदाब, मैं जानना
जी,
चाह
आदाब।
रही थी कि आपकी शायरी जो रवायती उर्दू शायरी से किस तरह से मुख्तलिफ है, और इसमें जो एक नया रंग आप लाए हैं, तो इसमें एक सादगी है और एक बोलचाल की भाषा है जो बहुत
जी जी, बिल्कुल।
बहुत ही प्रभावशाली है। तो उसके बारे में आप कुछ बताइए।
एक्चुअली मेरा भी कई एक्सपीरियंस है वहाँ पे, कहीं कहीं पे मैं पढ़ता हूँ अपनी पोएट्री, तो लोग पूछते हैं कि पोएट्री सेशन के बाद के मतलब आंसू निकल आए इस तरह की। तो मैं भी उनको जवाब देता हूँ कि मैंने भी ये जब नज्म लिखी थी तब रोते रोते हुए पढ़ी थी, लिखी थी। ऐसा ऐसे एक्सपीरियंस भी होते हैं। अच्छा, एस्थेटिक की जो बात करते हैं तो दलित लिटरेचर के अंदर एस्थेटिक तो लोगों के अंदर ही पड़ा हुआ है ना। जो अल्फाज जो हैं वो डिक्शनरी में नहीं मिलते और लोगों की जबान पर है, तो वो एक आदान प्रदान है। एक पोएट जो ऑब्जर्व करता है एक आम इंसान से मिलता है, तो वो ऑब्जर्वेशन जो है और वो जो कुछ सुनता है, तो वो सारे जो अल्फाज जो हैं उसके पोएट्री के अंदर रस बस कर आते हैं। तो उसकी जो डिक्शन जो है वो डिफरेंट हो जाता है। जैसे मैं आपको बताऊं कि मैं पंजाबी भी पढ़ लेता हूँ, या बंगाली भी पढ़ता हूँ। तो ये सारे जो अल्फाज जो हैं आम आम इंसान से मिलता हूँ, तो उनके इंटरेक्शन से भी मुझे बहुत कुछ मिलता है। तो ये एक आदान प्रदान होने की वजह से भी आपका डिक्शन अलग हो जाता है पोइट्री के अंदर भी, खास तौर पे। इसलिए एस्थेटिक की बात अगर करते हैं तो हम पोएट जो है कभी एस्थेटिक सामने रखकर शायरी नहीं करता। वो तो उसके अंदर जो रचा बसा हुआ आता है, जो बीज उसके अंदर पड़ा है उस पर से, या जो ऑब्जर्वेशन करता है वहां से शायरी उसको मिलती है। लोगों के बीच जाता है, वो जहाँ पे घूमता है गलियों में, हर जगह पे जो घूमता है लोगों से मिलता है, तो वहां से उनको शायरी मिलती है। या समाज में होते परिवर्तन या जुल्म जो कुछ है, तो वहां से उसको देखता है कि जहाँ अन्याय हो रहा है, तो उसके सामने वो आवाज उठाएगा ही। और यही तो हमारा काम जो है। एक वो ऐसे नहीं बैठ सकता, वो लिखे लिखे बगैर नहीं बैठ सकता वो, क्योंकि वो अपने आप ही उतर आता है कागज पर। जी।
Anyone else?
Hello, good afternoon, sir. आप जो said कि सब लोगों को आंसू से आ जाते हैं, तो I was clearing that. तो मैं बस इतना सा पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आपने एक छोटी सी लाइन बोली थी कि पत्थरों पे लिखी थी, पेड़ों की छाती पे लिखी थी और मेरी पीठ पे तुम्हारी अक्षरों से। तो इसका क्या अर्थ क्या है?
हाँ।
पोएट क्या?
नहीं, आपको नहीं पता कि पहले एंशियंट जमाने में जो है वो पेड़ के पत्तों पर लिखा जाता था, फिर तांबे पर लिखा जाता था, पत्थर पे लिखा जाता था। वो आपने शायद देखा नहीं है, गुफाओं के अंदर आप देखिए, वो पेंटिंग की भी भाषा होती है। तो गुफाओं में भी जो लिखा गया, तो वो एक भाषा तो है ना। इसी तरह वो सारे जो है पत्थर पे आज भी हमारे यहाँ पे जो उर्दू कैलीग्राफी जो लिखी जाती थी पहले, अब तो कंप्यूटर आ गया, तो पत्थर पर लिखी जाती थी और बाद में उसको प्रिंट पे आती थी। तो शायद आपने देखा नहीं होगा। हाँ, दीपा तो सब जानती है इसके बारे में, तो उनको तो पता भी होगा। हाँ। और जुल्म की काली ऋचाएं जो आज भी मेरे पीठ पर जो आती है, वहां से कविता बनती है, वहां से पोइट्री बनती है। शायरी सिर्फ बयान से नहीं होती, स्टेटमेंट से नहीं होती। और पंच लाइन तो आखिरी 2-3 लाइन में होती है। तो जो ये जो जो काली ऋचाएं जो लिखी थी संस्कृत में, वो पत्तों पर, भोजपत्र पर वगैरह पे लिखी थी। लेकिन आज जुल्म की काली ऋचाएं मेरी पीठ पर लिखी जाती हैं और आज भी लिखी जाती हैं। ये कहना था। जी।
सर नमस्कार। आप एक
नमस्कार।
आम शायर हैं। मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ सर,
जी।
आपकी शायरी से डाउन टू पीपल यानी कमजोर वर्ग को क्या रास्ता मिलता है और क्या डेवलपमेंट हो।
हाँ, ये किसी भी अदीब या पोएट या राइटर जो होता है, अब वो समाज का जो रिफ्लेक्शन जो है, वो अपनी शायरी में, कहानी में, अफसानों में, नावल में वो दिखाता है। उसका काम है ये दर्शन करवाना। मतलब जो समाज में जो कुछ हो रहा है उसके बारे में, उसके जुल्म के बारे में वो अपनी पोएट्री में दिखाता है। और यहाँ से जो सेंसिटिव है जो लोग हैं, वो एक्सेप्ट करेंगे। जिनकी चमड़ी जो है आ, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, पत्थर की हो जाती है, उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। लेकिन जो सेंसिटिव है वो समझता है पोएट्री की भाषा जो है या कहानी की जो, और वो सोचता है कि ये तो मेरी बात कह रहा है। तब जाके लगता है कि नहीं, ये सही हो रहा है। और वहीं से तो प्रोटेस्ट का रास्ते खुलते हैं। जब आप ये समझेंगे कि आप, मैं जो कह रहा हूँ वो आपकी बात है, तो मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ी बात है कि मेरा जो दुख है वहाँ कन्वे हो गया, या आपका दुख मेरे मेरे यहाँ पे कन्वे हो रहा है। तो रास्ते यहीं से खुलते हैं। प्रोटेस्ट पूरी दुनिया में क्यों किया जाता है? इसीलिए तो हो रहा है ना। जब आप दर्शन नहीं करेंगे पोएट्री के जरिए, या कोई भी फिल्म का माध्यम ले लें या कोई भी, मतलब, तो जब ये दर्शन आपके सामने आता है तो आप प्रोटेस्ट करते हैं जुल्म के खिलाफ। जी। एक सवाल आपको ये क्यों नहीं आता है कि
हेलो सर,
आप, हाँ हाँ, जी, गुड आफ्टरनून।
एक मिनट कुछ कह रहे हैं, उनको सुनिए। हाँ सर, प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
नहीं, ये सवाल है ना कि मैंने क्यों उर्दू में लिखना शुरू किया। ये भी तो है ना। कई लोग कई लोगों के यहाँ पर मैं जाता हूँ तो ये भी सवाल आता है कि आपकी मादरी जबान जो गुजराती है, लेकिन आप उर्दू में क्यों कहते हैं। तो उर्दू मेरी मादरी जबान अब मैं समझता हूँ, क्योंकि इस जबान में सबसे ज्यादा मैं सोचता हूँ। आप जिस जबान में सोचते हैं वो आपकी मादरी जबान हो जाती है। अब जब मैंने आंखें खोली तो मेरे आसपास जो एक माहौल था, हम वॉल सिटी में रहते थे, हिंदू मुस्लिम वगैरह सब साथ में रहते थे। वहाँ ये सब चीजें नहीं थी, मॉब लिंचिंग सब वहाँ पे नहीं था उस वक्त। एक भाईचारा और एक दूसरे के साथ मिलजुल कर रहना और शेयर करना एक दूसरे के दुख दर्द को, या जो कुछ भी त्योहार आते हैं वो शेयर करना, वो चीजें थी उस जमाने में। और आए दिन नाच पानी के प्रोग्राम भी हमारे वहाँ पर होते थे। तो वहाँ से मैं देख रहा हूँ कि जो मुशायरे वगैरह होते थे, तो उसमें मैं जाता हूँ, या मेरे दोस्त जो, या कोई आता था बाहर से कि जी आज दोस्त आया है, कोई गजलें सुनाएगा, तो उससे मिलता हूँ, उसके सुनता हूँ। तो वो वोकेबुलरी जो है मेरे दिमाग में उर्दू की जो है, वो बहुत पहले हो चुकी थी। लेकिन ये सुनने के बाद मुझे लगा कि मुझे जो कुछ कहना है वो तो इस जबान में मुझे कह सकता हूँ मैं। और वहीं से मुझे रास्ता मिलता है कि मुझे उर्दू सीखनी चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं इसी जबान में अपने जज्बात को सही ढंग से पेश कर सकता हूँ। और इत्तेफाक से ये होता है कि आज भी संडे मार्केट होता है हमारे साबरमती की नदी के किनारे पे, और वहीं से मुझे ये उर्दू लिपि शिक्षिका जो उस अपने विद्यापीठ में टेक्स्ट बुक में थी, ये गांधी जी ने रखी थी उस वक्त टेक्स्ट बुक में, उर्दू लिपि शिक्षिका, कि मतलब जिसको भी एडमिशन लेना हो वो पहले ये सीख कर आए। वो टेक्स्ट में थी वहाँ पे, और वो किताब मुझे मिली और घर पे लाकर मैंने उर्दू सीखना शुरू किया। अब मुझे कोई बताने वाला नहीं था कि अलिफ बे पे क्या होता है, लेकिन किताब लाकर मैंने शुरू किया। माँ ने कभी ये नहीं कहा कि तुम ये क्यों कर रहे हो, और मैं सीखता रहा 3 महीने तक। अच्छी नींद भी नहीं आती थी, मुझे सीखना था कि उर्दू ही सीखना है मुझे। और ये सीखने के बाद मैंने जो कुछ लिखा था वो मैंने रसायल में भेजना शुरू किया। तो रिसालों में छपने के बाद मुझे लगा कि नहीं, मैं जो कुछ लिख रहा हूँ वो सही है। मैंने किसी को बताया नहीं था कि मैं उर्दू स्क्रिप्ट में जो लिखा था वो ऐसे ही मैंने भेजना शुरू किया था, और बहुत चारों तरफ से फिर खतूत आने लगे। इस तरह ये सिलसिला शुरू हुआ। और शुरू में मैंने गुजराती में दलित लिटरेचर भी, दलित कविताएं वगैरह लिखी थी, लेकिन बाद में मैंने उर्दू में, और उसके बाद तो उर्दू में कहना शुरू किया। और आज उर्दू में मेरे बहुत सारे फिल्में भी शाये हो चुके हैं। तो एक जुनून होता है किसी भी लैंग्वेज को सीखने के लिए, और आसपास का जो माहौल है वो आपको, आपने नहीं कहा कि आप क्या रास्ता दिखाते हैं, तो ये जबान जो है यही तो रास्ता दिखाते हैं कि आप, आपके अंदर जो पड़ा है बीज उसको वो आ, एक तुलू कर देता है, वो आपके सामने पेश कर देता है। हाँ, आप क्या कह रहे थे? और जी।
सर मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाह रहा था कि जो ये टाइम पीरियड है, मतलब एक टाइम पीरियड था जब फार्म लेज पे लिखे जाते थे, एक टाइम पीरियड था जब इंस्क्रिप्शंस या केव पिलर रॉक्स पे मतलब इंग्रेव किए जाते थे उस प्रॉब्लम को, और अब का जो डिजिटल एज है या फिर नोटबुक का एज है वो एज है, तो
जी।
सर आप कहाँ पीछे रह जाते हैं? जो इसका रूट कॉज है हम वहाँ पे कभी मतलब चोट नहीं कर पाते हैं। हम कहाँ पीछे रह जा रहे हैं जो हम अपनी चीजों का इंप्लीकेशन कर ही नहीं पा रहे हैं, ये लंबे समय से चलता है और पता नहीं आगे कब तक चलेगा बेसिकली। तो क्या आप इस पे कुछ बता सकते हैं?
नहीं, बहुत कुछ बदल चुका है। देखिए आप, दलित लिटरेचर जो ब्लैक लिटरेचर से शुरू हुआ, ब्लैक पोएट्री से, ब्लैक अफ्रीकन जो लिटरेचर जो आया वहाँ से दलित अदब मराठी में आया, मराठी के बाद यहाँ गुजराती में और दूसरी जबानों में वो फैल गया। अब वहाँ से लेकर आप देखिए कि आज हम कहाँ पे खड़े हैं, पूरे हिंदुस्तान क्या पूरे वर्ल्ड की आप बात करें तो एक बटन पे पूरा पूरा पूरी दुनिया जो है बटन पर है। ये कब क्या होगा किसी को पता नहीं। आप देख रहे हैं कि पूरा सिलेबस बदलता जा रहा है, बहुत से दलित राइटर के सिलेबस से निकाल भी दिया गया। तो ये हम किस तरफ जा रहे हैं, भगवाकरण जो हो रहा है उसकी तरफ जा रहे हैं, यही तो लग रहा है ना हमें। तो हमारे जो जज्बात जो है, लेकिन एक वक्त ऐसा भी आएगा कि जुल्म हमेशा तो नहीं रहता, कभी तो उससे आगे सोचने वाले आएंगे, और निजाम बदलता है, ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं बदलता। अब ये कंप्यूटर का जमाना है तो वो भी एक अरसे के बाद आप थक जाएंगे, और उससे फिर आप राइटिंग की तरफ आएंगे, हाथ से लिखने की तरफ भी आएंगे। तो मुझे तो हमेशा हाथ से लिखना ही पसंद है। इस तरह ये भी जो चीज़ें हैं वो कभी मिटने वाले नहीं हैं, वो हमेशा आपके साथ रहेंगी, और आगे नए नए रास्ते खुलते रहेंगे। जी।
जयंत जी, आपके पीछे दीवारों में बहुत सुंदर पेंटिंग्स है, क्या दिखाएंगे हमें?
हाँ, है ना, बहुत
आप
सारे कैलीग्राफी।
आप
देखिए
पहले
कैलीग्राफी।
कविता लिखते हैं या इलस्ट्रेशंस करते हैं, या दोनों साथ साथ करते हैं?
हाँ, दोनों साथ साथ होता है। एक्चुअली क्या है कि मेरा दो मीडियम में काम हो रहा है, शुरू में जब एक्चुअली मैं जब 8वीं में था, तब कच्ची दीवारें थी घर की और टीन की छत थी। और वहीं पे कोयले कोयले का इस्तेमाल होता था, टूथब्रश में भी इसी का इस्तेमाल होता था, और सिगड़ी जो जलाते थे उसमें भी उसी का इस्तेमाल होता था। तो घर की दीवारों पे मैं ये ड्राइंग किया करता था। तो कोई जगह छोड़ी नहीं थी, और मदर ने कभी ये नहीं कहा कि तुमने ये दीवारें क्यों खाली कर दी। तो ड्राइंग करने की वजह से मेरे हैंड जो है, कैलीग्राफी का जो है, और बहुत ही अच्छी तरह मैं उसको घुमा सकता हूँ। तो दीवारों पे जो मैंने जो पेंटिंग जो शुरू किया, पेंटिंग से शुरू हुआ वो सिलसिला, अब कैलीग्राफी जो है, उर्दू कैलीग्राफी खास तौर पे, तो वो ऐसी चीज है कि उसको कहीं से भी लिखा जा सकता है, उसको छोटा बड़ा किया जा सकता है। उस कैलीग्राफी का कोई दूसरा बदल नहीं है। और इसी में मुझे उर्दू सीखने के लिए भी एक ये भी बहाना है। और आज मैंने बहुत सारे जो कैलीग्राफी का काम जो है, उर्दू कैलीग्राफी, वो मेरे कैनवास पर भी है, और बहुत सारे पेंटिंग में, ड्राइंग्स में भी मैंने काम किया है, इंक में भी काम किया है। तो पेंटिंग मेरा पहला वो था। और पेंटिंग भी तो एक, पेंटिंग और पोएट्री को मैं अलग नहीं समझता। जहाँ पेंटिंग खत्म होती है वहाँ पोएट्री शुरू होती है, और जहाँ पोएट्री खत्म होती है वहाँ पेंटिंग शुरू हो जाती है। तो मेरे दोनों हाथों में दो, एक हाथ में कलम है और एक हाथ में ब्रश है, दोनों से काम लेता हूँ मैं। जी।
एक बार और उनसे पूछना किसी और को, मैं हैप्पी बात करूं। Anyone else? Yeah. गुड आफ्टरनून सर। सर, आपने बहुत सारी पोम्स में करेक्टरिंग इमेज यूज की है, गधे की पीठ की, जो लास्ट विल ऑफ दलित पोएट जो हमारे सिलेबस में है उसमें भी थी। तो मैं पूछना चाहती थी कि उस इमेज से आप क्या कन्वे करना चाहते हैं कि वो इमेज इतनी रेकरेंट है।
जी जी नहीं, ऐसा ऐसा है, गधा जो है ना वो एक व्हीकल था, व्हीकल आज भी है। मतलब ट्राइबल एरिया के अंदर जो विचरती जाती है, जो अपने जिसको कहते हैं तो वो उनका कोई घर नहीं होता है। वो लोग एक जगह से लेकर, जैसे ऊँट है अगर, तो वो लोग ऊँट पे चले जाते हैं, और जो लोग गधे रखते थे तो गधे पे पूरा साजो सामान रखकर एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जाते थे। तो ये लक्ष्मण माने जो है उसका, वो भी इसी तरह के मतलब विचरती जाति से थे। और वो सारा घर जो है एक जगह से दूसरी जगह, उनकी कोई नो मैंस लैंड, मतलब उनकी कोई जगह नहीं थी, उनके घर नहीं थे। जहाँ पे तंबू बांध लिया वही जगह है, वहीं पे मतलब उनके जो जानवर को अपने दाना पानी के लिए, वो जहाँ पे घास वगैरह होता था वहीं पे वो लोग ले जाते थे। जैसे आज भी समझ लो कि आप कश्मीर में जो ऊपर चले जाते हैं जहाँ पे घास होती है, तो वहाँ ये लोग रहते हैं। उसको गुजर कहते हैं, कश्मीर में गुजर कहते हैं। और जब बहुत बारिश हो बर्फबारी होती है तो वो लोग नीचे मैदानों में आ जाते हैं, उनका कोई घर नहीं होता, वो तंबू वगैरह डाल देते हैं, वहीं पे रहते हैं। तो ये सारे सिंबल जो हैं वो समाज से ही हमको मिलते हैं। हम ऑब्जर्व करते हैं कि देखते हैं कि क्या क्या हो रहा है, किसके पास क्या क्या है। बर्तन के भी अपने मानी है। अब जैसे मेरी मदर कहती थी कि खाना खाने के लिए हम बैठते थे तो वो कहती थी वो कदा लिया। अब कदा मेरी समझ में नहीं आता था। कदा मतलब वो एक ऐसा बर्तन है जिसमें हम खाते हैं, बड़ा बाउल जिसको वो कहते हैं। लेकिन कदा तो मेरी समझ में तब आया जब गालिब को मैंने पढ़ा। वो उर्दू का लफ्ज है कदा। तो ये शब्द जो है, ये अल्फाज जो हैं यहीं से हमको मिलते हैं। और हमारी रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी में बहुत सारे, क्योंकि गुजरात में जो चलन था वो अहमद शाह बादशाह का था। तो 80% जो लफ्ज जो थे वो उर्दू के थे, फारसी के थे। हमारे जो डॉक्यूमेंट थे घर के, वो भी फारसी में लिखे जाते थे उस जमाने में। तो ये जो अल्फाज जो हमारे लोगों के अंदर रच बस गए, वो तो जबानी हो गए थे। तो इस तरह के लोगों के सामने आते हैं। और आपने जिस तरह गधे की बात कही, वो तो उन्हीं का एक व्हीकल था। और वो सारा घर एक जगह से दूसरी जगह ले जाते थे और रहते थे, इसीलिए ये सारे सिंबल्स वगैरह आते हैं। जी।
गुड आफ्टरनून सर। पहले तो मैं ये कहना चाहती थी कि बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है मेरा कि हम आपकी इसमें आपकी की जुबानी सुनते हैं, तो उसके लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। उसके अलावा मेरा ये प्रश्न था जो थोड़ा साधारण सा एक प्रश्न होगा। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि आपने अपनी कलाकारी और लिखने के तरीके को एक तरीके से इक्वल तरीके से माना है। पर मैं जानना चाह रही थी कि आपके लिखने का सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ, कि आप, क्योंकि आपकी जो नज़में हैं वो बहुत ही, जैसे मंगला मैम ने भी कहा, कि बहुत ही एक ऑर्डिनरी लाइफ के बारे में बताती है, लेकिन उसमें वो पोएटिक नेचर है। तो आपका वो लिखने का सफर कहाँ से शुरू हुआ, क्योंकि ये दर्शाती है।
हाँ, एक्चुअली 8वीं में जब मैं था उस वक्त ही गुजराती में मैं कहता था, लेकिन बहुत सारे लोग जो थे वो हमें दिखाते नहीं थे कि भाई ये बहर ऐसी होती है या इस तरह लिखा जाता है। ये अंदर बीज पड़ा होता है, हर राइटर जो होता है ना, उसके अंदर बीज पड़ा होता ही है। और वो आपको उकसाता है लिखने के लिए या सुनने के लिए। तो बहुत सी चीजें थी वो बचपन से ही। आज की तरह नहीं था कि हम व्हाट्सएप लेकर बैठ जाते थे। हमारे मतलब उस जमाने में 70 80 के बीच में जो वक्त था, तो ये सारे थे नहीं टीवी वगैरह। तो लिटरेचर हमारे सामने था, और कुछ सुनने के लिए जो कुछ कैसेट्स वगैरह जो थे वो थे, रेडियो था वो, तो उसके जरिए हम लिटरेरी प्रोग्राम सुनते थे। और जैसे माइकल एंजेलो ने कहा है, उनके जो अंकल जो थे, उनकी नाक जो थी, तो उसको वो सेवन ही दिखता था। वो सेवन पढ़ता था कि ये सेवन लिखा हुआ है। मतलब ऑब्जेक्ट जो है वो सब्जेक्ट बन जाता है यहाँ पे। तो बचपन से कई बारी में मेरा जाना होता था, किताबें, पुरानी किताबें वगैरह, क्योंकि जेब में इतने पैसे नहीं थे कि कैनवस भी खरीदें। या संगीत के क्लास में, जैसे संगीत का भी शौक था लेकिन नहीं जा सकते थे, वहां पर भी तो फीस देनी पड़ती है। कैनवास खरीदना हो, कागज खरीदना हो, तो वो भी महंगा पड़ता था। तो एक ही शौक था कि पुरानी किताबें जो रोड साइड पे हमारे साबरमती के किनारे पे वो मेला लगता है, आज भी मेला लगता है, और वहां से हमें 50 पैसे, एक एक रुपए में किताबें मिल जाती। वहीं से किताबें लेकर आना और देखना, किताबों के कागज को सूंघना, उसकी डिजाइन वगैरह, ये ऑब्जर्वेशन था मेरा। और लिखने का जुनून तो बाद में कि जो दिवाली की हर रात को हमारे यहाँ पे मुशायरे होते थे रंग भवन में। तो मैं, पैसे तो थे नहीं के लिए भी, तो मैं चला जाता था। 3 4 किलोमीटर दूर ये प्रोग्राम होते थे रंग भवन में। तो मुशायरे में जब मैं देखता इन लोगों को बड़े बड़े अंदाज में वो शेर पेश करते हो, बड़े बड़े राइटर भी आते थे, बड़े पोइट्स वगैरह, बहुत सारे, कैफी आजमी, मजरू साहब, शकील बदायूनी, शाहिर, इन लोगों को बहुत सुना है मुशायरे के अंदर दिवाली की रात को। और सुबह तक वो चलता है। फिर 2 रुपये का टिकट लेकर मैं वो सुनता था वो। तो वो जबान से जो मेरा एक इश्क जो हुआ है। और मीर को, ये सारी चीज़ें मैंने हिंदी में मैंने पढ़ी थी पहले। अपने अयोध्या प्रसाद गोयल, ये जिन्होंने बहुत सारा उर्दू का जो कलाम जो है वो हिंदी में किया था, हिंदी स्क्रिप्ट में। और एक मज़े का वाक़या आपको भी बता दूं कि अयोध्या प्रसाद गोयली ने ये सारा जो काम किया था हिंदी के अंदर। तो वो जमाना था कि ब्रिटिश का जमाना था, और वो 5वीं क्लास में थे और चांदनी चौक से गुजर रहे थे, स्कूल छुट्टी थी और वहां से निकल रहे थे। तो उन्होंने देखा कि भीड़ लगी हुई है चांदनी चौक में। तो किसी को उन्होंने पूछा कि क्यों सब एक खड़े हैं यहाँ पे, क्या देख रहे हैं? तो किसी ने कहा कि गधे हो क्या, अंधे हो क्या, खुद ही पढ़ लो ना। और ये चोट उनको लग गई और घर जाके तख्ती लेकर आ गई। उर्दू की तख्ती वहीं से शुरू कर दी उन्होंने, घर पे उर्दू सीखी। और उसके बाद 15 किताबें जो उर्दू से हिंदी में उन्होंने की। तो ये सारा जो मैंने स्टडी किया था। फिर प्रकाश पंडित ने भी हिंदी में बहुत कुछ काम किया था राजकमल प्रकाशन से, और उसका भी मुताला। मगर जो था तो वोकेबुलरी जो थी उर्दू की, डिक्शनरी जो थी, वो तो मेरे जहन में महफूज थी। वो मुझे सिर्फ उर्दू स्क्रिप्ट सीखना था। तो वो मैंने फिर सीखा, और मुझे लिखना ही था उर्दू में। तो गज़ल के बारे में मुझे जानना था कि गज़ल कैसे लिखी जाती। लेकिन कोई बताता नहीं था कि कहते भाई ये मीटर है, फायलातुन मफाइलुन फेलुन वगैरह इस तरह की बातें करते थे। लेकिन शेर कैसे कहना इसके अंदर, मीटर में कैसे लफ्ज को ढालना, वो कोई बता नहीं सकता था। लेकिन मैंने आपको बताया कि जयपुर से एक नासिर करके एक लड़का आता था जो गज़ल हमेशा गाता था हमारे वहाँ पे आके। तो मेरे दोस्त भी मुझे बुलाया करते थे वहाँ पे, और मैं वो गज़ल को सुनता, वो धुन को सुनता, और फिर मैं चला जाता। वो धुन मैं अपने दिमाग में महफूज कर लेता। इस तरह सारी बहरें जो है वो मेरे जहन में महफूज हो गई। मैं नहीं जानता, आज भी नहीं जानता कि बहरे रमल क्या है या बहरे रजज क्या है। बहरों से मैं नहीं जानता, मैं रिदम से ही शेर कहता हूँ। और वो उसको उर्दू सीखने के बाद फिर मैंने मुताला किया इल्म उरूज का, और पता चला कि उरूज ये है। लेकिन वो पढ़ने के बाद तो एक धक्का लगा कि ये इसकी ज़रूरत ही नहीं है। रिदम भी तो मतलब मीटर जो है फाइलातुन मफाइलुन फेलुन या मफाइलुन, तो उसको अलग अलग ढंग से वो लिखा जाता है, बहरों में लिखी जाती है उर्दू शायरी। और वो मुताला करने के बाद वो बहुत बहुत सी बहरों में मैंने अपने भी एक्सपेरिमेंट किए, बहरों के अंदर भी। और मैंने अल्फाज या जो कयुत थे उसको तोड़ दिया मैंने। मतलब जैसे मैंने पंजाबी मैंने सीखी, पंजाबी और उर्दू दोनों साथ में सीखी थी। तो पंजाबी की वोकेबुलरी उर्दू की थी, इसलिए मुझे उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आया। सिर्फ उसकी जो स्क्रिप्ट थी वो गुरुमुखी थी, और वो मैंने सीखी। और फिर पंजाबी अमृता प्रीतम को ओरिजिनल पढ़ने के लिए, पंजाबी में पढ़ने के लिए मैंने उर्दू पंजाबी सीखी थी। तो ये अ, जो सारा जो रच बस कर मेरे अंदर आया, और बहर मुझे आ गई, तो फिर मैंने शेर उसमें मौजू करना शुरू किया। और उसके बाद मैंने जो लिखी गज़ल लिखी, समझ पहली गज़ल लिखी थी वो मज़ा अपने रसायल में भेजना शुरू किया। बहुत से मैगजीन में छपने के बाद आ, लगा कि नहीं है, ये मैं जो लिख रहा हूँ वो सही है। और खुतूत आने लगे। खुतूत से क्या है, आज भी कई लोग जो खुद खत लिखते हैं, तो जो नई इमला है वो नहीं जानते वो लोग, और वही पुरानी इमला से आज भी कंप्यूटर में भी कंपोज इसी तरह होता है जो गलत है। आज भी कई प्रोफेसर या कई टीचर जो हैं, यहाँ के उर्दू के टीचर जो हैं, वो नई इमला नहीं जानते, और आज भी बच्चों को गलत उर्दू पढ़ाई जाती है या गलत सिखाई जाती है। क्योंकि साइंटिफिक तौर पर जब 74 में रशीद हसन खान साहब, नारंग साहब ने वो कमेटी वगैरह जो बनी थी, उन लोगों ने तय किया था कि उर्दू कैसे लिखी जाए। क्योंकि साउथ में कुछ और तरह से लिखी जाती है, यूपी में कुछ और तरह से लिखी जाती है। तो इन लोगों ने मिलकर एक कमेटी बनाई और उर्दू के सही लिखना चाहिए साइंटिफिक तौर पर। और वो फिर उन्होंने वो तय किया कि उर्दू इसी तरह लिखनी चाहिए। और मैंने भी उसी नई किताब से मैंने शुरू किया था। इसलिए मैं जानता हूँ कि ये उर्दू जो लोग लिख रहे हैं वो गलत है। और ये नई जो इमला है वो उसी को फॉलो करना चाहिए। और आज भी जो लोग लिख रहे हैं तो आज भी सही तौर से नहीं लिखते लोग। और ये लैंग्वेज जो है, जबान जो इतनी खूबसूरत है कि एक लैंग्वेज नहीं मानता मैं, लेकिन एक कल्चर है, एक तहजीब है। और कहीं पे ये तहजीब नहीं मिलेगी आप। और इसीलिए ये इसने मुझे इतना अट्रैक्ट किया। आसपास का माहौल भी हमारा जो था, मैं मतलब मिली जुली संस्कृति थी। यहाँ पड़ोस में मुस्लिम रहता है, आमीना रहती है, इधर वो रहता है, ये सारे जो मतलब, तो वो कल्चर जो आज टूटता जाता है। और आज खेमों में बट गया आदमी। सारी सोसाइटी जो है खेमों के अंदर बट गई। आज मेरे बच्चों को ये पता नहीं होगा कि सिर खुरमा क्या होता है या ताजिए क्या होते हैं, क्योंकि वो हम लोग भी बाहर निकल आए वहां से। तो ये जो वॉल सिटी के अंदर जो साथ रहने का एक जो ये था, आ, लोगों को समझना, लोगों की तहजीब को समझना, त्योहारों को एंजॉय करना, वो चीज़ें नहीं रहने की वजह से लोग अलग अलग अपने खेमों में बट गए। और आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान में यही हो रहा है कि अपने आ, एक तरफ माइनॉरिटी का एक खेमा बन गया, तो एक तरफ दलितों का हो गया, एक तरफ बनियों का हो गया। ये सारे लोग बट गए, तो हम एक दूसरे से कनेक्ट नहीं हो पाते। यही वजह है कि हम बहुत दिलों से भी दूर होते जा रहे हैं। लेकिन अदब ही ऐसा है कि जो एक शब्द ही ऐसा है, लफ्ज ऐसा है जो दो दिलों को जोड़ते हैं। और इसीलिए मेरा पहला जो मजमुआ था उसका नाम मैंने और रखा था। कई लोगों ने अपोज भी किया है कि ये और रखने का मतलब क्या है। मैंने कहा और जो है ये लफ्ज जो है दो दिलों को जोड़ता है, दो सेंटेंस को जोड़ता है। इसलिए मैंने और ये नाम पहले मजमूए का रखा है। और मेरी पहली जो किताब का जो नमाज जो थी, आप भी देखिए कि मेरा लिखने का जो डेडिकेशन जो है, वो पहली नमाज किताब जो है वो नमाज से शुरू होती है। और वो भी नमाज कैसी, वो आप देखिए, वो नमाज वो नहीं है, ये दूसरी नमाज। देखिए छोटी सी 4 लाइन की पोएम है। नमाज मेरी उंगलियां, अब देखिए कि जब हम लिखते हैं तो हमारी उंगलियां झुक जाती। मेरी उंगलियां कोरे कागज की मस्जिद में, मेरी उंगलियां कोरे कागज की मस्जिद में 5 वक्त की नमाज पढ़ती है। तो ये डेडिकेशन है मैं जो लिखता हूँ इसके लिए। और आज जिस तरह मुझे भी हैरत होती है कि मेरे 8 शेरी मजमूए कैसे आ गए, और अभी 6 और शेरी मजमूए तरतीब दे रहा हूँ। तो ये मतलब एक कांस्टेंट एक पोएट्री है ना, पूरा आदमी चाहता है। आप ऐसा नहीं कि भाई आज चलो आज सेमिनार हुआ और कुछ 2-3 नज़में पढ़ लेंगे या एक आध पेपर पढ़ लेंगे, ऐसा नहीं होता। कंटिन्यूसली लिखना जो है वो कंटिन्यूस होना चाहिए। आपका ऑब्जर्वेशन होना चाहिए, आपकी तलाश होनी चाहिए। अगर आप कोई पेपर लिखते हैं तो क्यों लिखते हैं, पहले पहले तो ये होता है कि भाई आपको सब्जेक्ट दे दिया जाता है तो सब्जेक्ट के हिसाब से आप लिखते हैं। लेकिन एक दौर के बाद आ, फिर आपको सोचना चाहिए कि नहीं, मुझे अगर लिखना ही है तो मेरा लिखना कंटिन्यूस होना चाहिए। मुझे तलाश होनी चाहिए नई नई चीज़ों से। नए नए जो लिखने वाले आ रहे हैं उनकी तलाश होनी चाहिए। नया क्या लिखा जा रहा है, नया क्या एक्सपेरिमेंट हो रहा है। लिटरेचर में भी हो रहा है एक्सपेरिमेंट, बहुत सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट हो रहे हैं। अदब में भी हो रहे हैं। लेकिन उर्दू में हमने देखा है कि पोएट जो है वो गज़ल को लेकर ही बैठ गया है। वहां से आगे, क्योंकि मश्कबाजी है ना उसमें, उसमें काफिया रदीफ आपको खींच रहे हैं। वो बैसाखियां हैं जो काफिया रदीफ की, तो वो लेकर वो चलते हैं। लेकिन वही शायरी नहीं होती। शायरी क्रिएशन वो अलग चीज होती है। आपने जैसे में मीटर में है, घोड़ा घास ही खाता है, ये पूरा मीटर में है। मीटर में होते हुए भी ये पोएट्री नहीं है। स्टेटमेंट जो है वो पोएट्री नहीं है। पोएट्री तो वो है कि जो लास्ट लाइन में है, या जो पंच आप करते हैं, जो सामने के जो कारी है उसके दिलों में जब चोट लगती है, तो वहाँ कविता बनती है, वहीं पे पोएट्री बनती है। शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आप ने मुझे सुना और मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे
हाँ, बहुत शुक्रिया अजय जी, आपने कितनी खूबसूरत बात कही। चाहे नज्म लिखना हो या नमाज पढ़ना हो, हमारे साथ लिया हो या समुदाय हो,
जी जी
दिल तो करता है कि हम और जारी रखें, लेकिन हमारे साथ और भी राइटर्स जुड़े हुए हैं, तो हम अभी यही रोकते हैं,
जी
फिर
जी
आपको दोबारा बुलाएंगे और
जी
एक्सक्लूसिवली आपके साथ लंबी बातचीत करेंगे।
थैंक
एंड
यू,
बिग थैंक यू टू द ऑडियंस।
थैंक यू, नमस्कार।
Thank you all. This session will resume after a 20-minute lunch break. Please check out the food stalls near the library, and the teachers are requested to remain seated.